Good morning. Study session, Mayor and City Council meeting, 11 a.m. Tuesday, May 12, 2026, City Hall Council Chambers. Call this meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Jorge, do us the honors.
Yes, sir. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Yes. Go to item 3, fiscal year 2026-2027 budget. A budget workshop regarding the presentation and discussion of the 2026-2027 preliminary budget. Where we will continue, Mr. Puckett.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, we'll continue with, actually with Parks and Rec. That way we can go through the cemetery and the parks budget first before we go back to Public Works.
Come on up, David.
That'll be in page 34.
Good morning, David. Good morning. Thank you.
Okay, one of the biggest changes is just a decrease in the other contractual services. I think we added more budget just this fiscal year was for the tree cutting, right? The trimming and the tree cutting. And that's the rest. It's normally about the same amount that we normally tend to budget. So if you have any questions regarding this budget, feel free to ask.
So, good. Go ahead, Vice.
Mr. Lopez, on the handout that we just got here, it says other capital equipment, cemetery payment carryover. Is this for the next fiscal year, or is this, can we possibly complete this project within this budget year?
I don't think we'll be able to complete it, being that Public Works is paving a few streets this year. So time is of the essence. So I think it's better to carry over and then schedule it with Public Works to make it easier for his crew to do whatever it is that we need to do.
And is this enough? Is this enough funds to cover?
It was just a carryover that we had. We had roughly about $21,000. So there were $7,400 left over. So that's just being part of a certain section in the front entrance of the cemetery going towards the veterans as well.
Okay. And my next question is on the columbarium. This 55,000, is this for a new columbarium, or is this for?
No, those are for the niches. These are for the niches for the columbarium itself, because basically there's no more room in our cemetery. So we need niches, so everybody's doing the cremations and they're going fast.
And where do the funds that the public pays to buy these niches, where does that money go?
To the general fund.
To the general fund?
Yes, we don't see anything.
Okay, so that
You can pass it
that
over,
doesn't-
but no. Everything goes to the general fund. Any income that comes in through Parks and Rec, cemetery, goes to the general fund.
and this doesn't cover those expenses?
For the yeah, because you mentioned it was the amount that we collect is normally more than what we.
Yes, what we collect, it's about $1,300 per niche. So roughly you get about $90,000 in revenue. So deducting the 55,000, you're obviously the city is making over 30-some thousand in and wins. It's like the golf course. It's just,
All right, well, that sounds good. Thank you.
yeah.
Is there a record of what funds, amounts are being collected from?
There's
Parks
a
and Rec?
line item for I know the revenues for,
General fund revenue?
yeah, general fund revenues. Because I know they have, I don't know if they have it under parks. I have to look at the code that they would normally, because I know they have recreation, they go cemetery.
It's on 778
Page
cemetery.
5. Page 5 of cemetery fees is where the revenues are reported for cemetery. It's on 4430 is the line item. Page 5?
Cemetery fee. Yeah, it's the fourth number down.
Mayor, we shouldn't forget that this is a service we're providing for the community that we need to expand on. This is not just throwing money at something that's not going to bring a big benefit. Besides, it's really a small compared to the benefit we get. And like Mr. Lopez said, there's still a return of a profit at the end of the year. So, it's not like a big issue. It's something that should be done.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ms. Menendez.
How many niches do we still have?
We have probably about 20 some niches right now.
Only?
Yeah. We ordered, at the first, we ordered 2, then we ordered 1 about a year and a half ago, and that's almost completely done.
Wow.
So that's the only alternative people have these days, unless you have a plot.
So you're requesting that we wait for this for next year?
Yeah, it's only going to be a month. We're pretty good for about a month and a half. But then having ordered this, that will give us the flexibility and the luxury, the liberty to have those niches installed so that for future references, we don't have to worry about buying some more in the near future. Hopefully with this one, we'll be okay.
Thank you.
What happened to the Dodge property that was supposedly was going to be offered or was?
The Dodge property?
Yeah.
Or the Masonics?
Is it the one on the bottom? of
That's
the
the
west?
Masonics. They're still in talks with the Masonics. I don't know who that person is, but eventually they wanted to donate that, but nothing has come up yet.
Because that's a big area.
Well, it's a big area and there's only one person, and then it's Mr. Masonic or Mrs. Masonic, and there's nobody around with their families or the Masonic. So it's better off that somebody gets a hold of somebody to see what they want to do with that land.
I thought there was only one person around.
There's only one person. That's it. In the bottom.
Had he communicated to the?
I have not, but I can sure try.
Because if we would either get it donated or even purchase it, I think it's something that.
That would be nice.
That's a big area. Go ahead.
David, does the city maintain that property?
No,
No? Okay.
they have their individual that does that. They have the top portion as well. So when he's cleaning up, he'll come and get his little riding lawnmower and mow it.
Okay.
But they did give us the little land just to put our storage shed in there about 3 years ago for the maintenance people.
Okay. Anything else?
Good morning, David. Thank you for being here. I wanted to ask you 2 questions I have. First of all, I really appreciate, I think the community does too, that the trees were being, the trees were trimmed, trying to recover from a cold. So the trees that belong to the city of Nogales were trimmed and some of them were discarded, which is great. I think the community really appreciates that. And also, can the city do anything about people planting trees? Because we have to pay for it, right? And
We are asking
years later, we won't be here, but
plot owner not to plant a tree.
is there something in writing though that
It's in the cemetery manual that I believe that when Mr. Kramer was here, he redid that, and it's out there. So he gave us a responsibility that we can relay the message to the plot owners that please do not plant any trees unless you have our permission. So
Okay.
we're just keeping a track of it because not only do we have to maintain in the near future,
Yeah.
but the watering, they're spending a lot of money on
Yeah.
water.
Yeah.
You know, and constantly we see a hose on every morning. So
Yeah.
but we are trying to educate these people as they come in, just not to plant a tree.
Yeah. So I have permission from the owners to mention their name, but Dr. Guevara and his wife spent thousands of dollars, as you know, to knock down one of the trees that belonged to the city because they were going back and forth who had ownership of that tree because it was almost in the
In
middle,
between.
if you will, in between, you know where I'm talking. So, I don't blame Dr. Guevara. He just said, you know what, I'm going to deal with the city. I'll pay for it. So he did, and it cost a lot of money to tear that tree down. But there are people that, can't go about it and pay
Right.
for it on their own. So that's good that something was put in writing, not allowing trees to be planted in private property.
Yeah, and usually what we've asked is that if it's in a private property, we don't get involved because it is a private property. But if it's something that it's a danger to the citizens or anybody in the cemetery, we will trim whatever we can, but not to disrupt their plot because
Yeah.
we don't want to be responsible for any broken headstones or any of that nature. But we try to maintain as much as we can, but
Yeah.
we always tell the plot owners that we cannot get in there unless we get approval from the family, and then we ask for permission
Yeah.
to get in and do so.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
David, do we have just one water meter at the cemetery?
Just one water meter.
And you said there was a problem. Some people would leave the whole
It's-
water going.
Constantly.
Isn't there a way like to do a scheduling of watering hours, like from 7 to 8, and then
There used to be a timer a few years back. So we had a lot of complaints that people would get off of work and try to go water their plants or trees or what have you, had a lot of complaints. So water department went out and just removed that timer. It can be brought up again, but it's just a matter of setting the time later on it in the evening.
I mean, they can scatter the schedule, right? Like an hour from 7 to 8, and then from 11 to 12, and then from 2 to 3. So people would have, make plans to go at a certain time of the day to do the watering. Because I have seen people go there and they just throw the hose in there and they go to work. And
That's what we find the next day.
I've seen the plots flooding there.
Correct. We've had a few floods in the past where it started digging out and eventually, it gets close to the caskets or
Okay.
the cremations of the box. Yeah. So it's sad.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on? No, Mr. Oropesa, we're reducing the contractual, the 103. Do you feel that we need to stay with any of that for maintenance? It's always better to have maintenance than come and tear, full branches all at once.
Yeah. I think the biggest part was the trimming of all the trees this time around. Maybe that can come up in the near future if we do need other contractual services. But at this point in time, I believe that the arborists have done a great job, and it's up to us to maintain what is there just to save the city a little bit of money and move it somewhere else. But I think they've done a great job, and we can handle it from here.
Also on equipment, we're reducing 12,000. We good with equipment?
Yes, yes. This is something that this cemetery never had. What I did is started ordering equipment for them to trim trees, weeds, whatever. So they're pretty much equipped for a while.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions on cemetery? Move on to parks.
Okay, for the Parks and Rec, there was a decrease in special events and other contractual services, which is a bigger amounts, obviously. And the forms that you have in front of you are for the capital that they requested. You had some carryover, right? From
We did have some carryover.
so.
I have a question. We have so many requests on Parks and Rec, and we don't have a permanent director. What's going to happen with that? Because I see that Oropesa is taking over as interim. Is he a qualified person? Why don't we offer him the job?
Well, ordinarily, we don't make those changes quickly. Usually designate an interim director immediately so there's leadership in the department, and then take some time to determine whether or not we wish to advertise on the outside or not, or even advertise internally or not. And since David was just designated the week before last, we really haven't had time to have that discussion yet, but we will. And that certainly doesn't eliminate him from contention if he wants the job. I haven't asked him if he wants the job yet because it's a little premature. But we do necessarily have to go through some process rather than just boom, just say, okay, next guy, you got the job. So anyway, yeah, it probably will happen relatively soon, maybe before I leave, but we'll see.
Okay.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Parkin, on your comment there, most directors have an assistant director, right? Just in case that the director's not present, the assistant takes over. Wouldn't this be the process, like a promotion from an assistant?
If not by name, at least by point of fact, okay? I think at least I have, and maybe you have considered Mr. Opeza the assistant director right along, even though he doesn't have that title per se. So some departments, in fact, I don't know, do you have an assistant? You don't have an assistant director? Well, we have a deputy police chief and deputy fire chief.
Yeah, I think it's more police and fire.
It's more public safety than anything else. But usually the second in charge happens,
Well, it happens with the city manager. They have a deputy city manager. So-
well, where is he?
Well, we used to have one.
Asking you many times, and you said you're going to rather wait till the next city manager gets here.
Well, particularly for an administrative assistant, I think that's a selection the next city manager ought to make.
Yes.
As far as the deputy city manager, we haven't really had that discussion because I was appointed to serve for 3 months, and I don't feel that those kind of positions are positions that a temporary person ought to be making, because I don't have to deal with them for the long term, and I would rather have that. So as long as the position exists and is authorized to fill, then your next city manager will necessarily make those appointments.
Well, I'm not saying that that we do need a deputy city manager. I'm saying the process is there, you know, for any other community. When you have a city manager and a deputy city manager, or a Parks and Rec director and assistant park rec director, it usually works that way, you know. And a lot of the employees, they strive to get to that point so they can be assistant, and then one day maybe be the director. So that kind of how should I say it, you know. Yeah. Well, you know, as when you're the assistant, you start working on your qualifications, like you're trying to get your degree or whatever, whatever you want to get there.
So are you making a recommendation for this department?
No. I'm saying, you know, it's just that when you said, you know, that you haven't thought about somebody that Mr. Oropesa has been there for, I don't know, maybe 30 some years, you know. He's got all the experience.
I mean, I know that people around here have looked to him in that respect, just by the virtue of his competence and his time served. So, you know, creating a position would be something that would take a council action, I'm pretty sure. But in the past, I don't have enough history here to tell you whether that's something we would need to do in this particular case or not. But for purposes of this budget, okay, this is what we have. Yeah, right. That's a discussion for another day.
Go ahead, yes.
David, the $16,000 for the library floor repair, that could be gazebo. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
What we talked about is either replacing the tile in the gazebo or removing the tile and making it a rough surface as painting it with paint, with sand-based, colored, depending on what color. It'll make it a lot easier, safer for everybody, and it's going to last a lot
And
longer.
that would cost $16,000? What's the $16,000 for?
The $16,000 we got from a supplier that will do the job, but we thought it was a little bit too high for that. So we can probably go in and do that either ourselves or hire somebody and then just paint it with acrylic with sand-based paint for non-slip.
I think that's, I don't know, that's
I
my
think that-
opinion, and if it was my own money, I wouldn't pay $16,000 to paint
Correct.
floor outside my porch. So I don't know about the rest, but
And we had that discussion with David when we
That sounds-
met with him a couple of weeks ago. And I think universally, we all feel like the solution that he's coming up with a sand-based paint is probably not only safer, but more durable.
my next question, David, now that we're on the same topic of these project requests, is the 15,000 Meadow Hills swing set. Is that an addition or improvement?
That's an improvement.
Okay.
That's an addition to the facility.
To what it has now.
Yes.
And then also the pickleball. I play pickleball, as you well know. So this is resurfacing the pickleball courts. Which ones? The ones back here?
All three,
All three.
all six of them.
All
Because
six of them.
once the construction was done, I don't know, it was financially that they didn't finish the job.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
So it's the surrounding where it's just basically concrete and it's very slippery.
Okay, good. That's good. Also, how about lighting? I don't see it.
We did not anticipate any lighting, but we do have lighting structure for the recreation center at this
Yeah.
point in time. So unfortunately, our electrician fell and he's been injured for about 2.5 months. And he's going to be out for quite a bit.
How about budgeting lighting? Because there's a lot of us that play back here,
Absolutely.
and there's no lighting. And is there any way we can budget lighting for these pickleballs? Because there's a lot of people that play pickleball now. So I think that we can, a lot of people have been requesting for lights to be put on the pickleball. I think you too, right, Mayor, have been asking for that for some time now. So we need to address that because there's been people that have been asking for that. If we're going to resurface the courts, especially us older people like to play at night, and we need lights there.
David, do
I
we
think-
have any estimated cost in terms of lighting?
If we buy our own poles and we piggyback off the electrical at the current building behind the restrooms, I think it'll be a lot cheaper and easier for us to do that in-house. And we just talk to our electricians or public works director and see what we can do in order to put a couple of poles and just throw the electrical. And I think we can sum that up and get
That's
some.
not horrible expensive,
No.
especially if we do it in-house.
Yes.
Yeah.
Public
Yes.
Works people. If you were going to hazard a guess, how much do you think it would?
I would say about maybe 20,000 just for this one here. If we find the poles, if we have the poles behind Public Works, I think we do have some poles laying down.
He says that you do.
We can go ahead and
Mr.
go
Eric
ahead and do so. I do believe we had some electrical poles out there, just the way we did with the poles at the golf range. We did that in-house.
Okay, and you and I discussed this when we were working on getting these together.
Yes, sir.
There is a right way to light athletic fields and there's a wrong way to light athletic fields. And I think you understand what I'm saying about being dark sky friendly.
Correct.
There are light fixtures that are made for athletic fields that can also be dark sky friendly.
Correct.
And I know
That's true.
Nogales is not necessarily a dark sky community, but I know many of your people would like to be, and I think that it starts with the city because the city is the biggest polluter. So, and it doesn't cost any more to be night sky friendly.
Correct.
Can we put another 20,000?
For the pickleball?
Yeah.
I have a concern also with lighting. The soccer field, David, on the top.
Mm-hmm.
That lighting is horrible. I mean, those lights, they're not any good. If you want to use that park at night, you can't use it.
Which
Because
park are we
those-
talking about?
The top park on Ron Turley,
Uh-huh.
that top soccer field, the lighting is horrible. You can't, I mean, I've had people tell me that they caught the soccer ball with their face because it's so dark you can't see the ball
I
move.
thought that's what you did with soccer balls.
Wow. I don't think you want to catch it with your face.
Oh, okay.
It's real. Those are solar powered and they're very dim.
You know, one thing I might suggest, and because dealing with lighting, okay, so one field prompts another field, which probably prompts another field and another field and another field. Probably what you might want to do over the next year is have somebody who understands lighting, okay, not necessarily an electrician, okay, but there are people out there, especially on athletic fields, that you can bring in and consult on the correct way to light them. And so, I mean, as soon as you light that one field, everybody else is going to want one, okay? So what I would suggest is that in the next year, you guys make an effort to bring in a consultant that will give you recommendations for each field, because you'll not only get the right kind of lighting. At the same time, hopefully you will also be lighting smart.
Correct.
Okay? Because people do tend to overlight things because there's a common held misconception that more light is safer. More light is not safer. The right amount of light is safer. And you know, for years, the electric companies used to put streetlights everywhere. Okay, every 500 feet there was a streetlight. You'd find out in later studies that it wasn't necessary at all. And so you can cut down half your lights and still be just as safe. So I think that one might be something you might want to undertake as the next year goes on. Because you want to be able to use your fields
Right.
and comfortably and safely. And so that would be my recommendation. But for the time being, let's get that one done.
Yeah, we deal with Musco, so I know
Okay?
they've got,
Yeah. But they may or may not be the right people because they sell lights. I'm talking about people who know lights, not people who sell lights. 'Cause Musco will sell you as much light as you're willing to pay
yeah,
for.
but there's grants for all that.
It's still got to be right. Okay? Even if it's free, it's got to be right.
Yeah.
I have another question.
Go ahead, Ms. Menendez.
Here in special events, you cut down $50,000. But I think every time we are having more and more events, and then what's going to happen?
Okay, that was the result of our discussion. And along with that discussion, what we all want to know is, because of the celebrations for America's 250th celebration, I don't have a concept after Independence Day whether or not the 250 celebration will continue into the next fiscal year or not.
No.
Okay, so you're done after Independence Day, basically? Okay. I wasn't clear on that because, well, I was unemployed when it started. So, okay, so we don't have to worry about that. But I mean, that was just the conversation between Parks and Recreation. And of course, Jessica was still in that conversation. She was still here. And Finance in my office, this is what we thought it would, unless there's something we don't know about.
Yeah, she increased it because she thought it was going to be a little bit more costlier. She just wanted to be more comfortable, make sure that every event that the city conducted it was budgeted for. Based on the historic use of special events, the most the city has spent is $87,000. So we haven't even reached the 100,000. So that's one of the reasons why we decided to decrease the budget down to 100. Just to give you a heads up, this year so far we have about 40,600. The previous years was when it was 87,000. Before that was 75, and then 66. So that's around the norm that we've been using for that line item.
Yeah, well, it looks like we're going on an uptrend because the year before it was, what was it? It was 75, and then it went up 12,000. So you think this year might go another 12,000?
To be honest, I don't think so, unless we have two bigger events these 2 months. Where again we're at 40,600. We would have to, at least to go up to 80,000, we have to spend almost $40,000 more within the next.
Most of these fireworks are purchased from China.
It's for the next fiscal year.
I mean, from another country, right? They're not American made,
Yes, they're Chinese.
Chinese. So,
Period.
so,
End of story. You can't get them anywhere else.
so I'm talking about the tariffs. Maybe the cost will go up.
Yeah,
Well,
they pay, yeah,
For this year, they are, but we're scheduling for next year. So next year.
yeah. Part of the cost gets paid at the end of the fiscal year, and then the rest gets paid with the next fiscal year's budget. So that is the reason that we still don't even reach the $100,000 in expenditures. So out of this $150,000 that they budgeted, we've spent 40. If I'm not mistaken, is another $10,000 for maybe fireworks. I don't know.
The remaining balance is about $8,000, $9,000.
Approximately. So
Okay.
So we should be covered for next year.
And if we're not, we could move move it again, right?
Yeah, for the mayor's budget, yeah.
No, we can do, again, budgeted transfers between the department, and the last, if of an emergency, then we would request it from with the reserve. But they do have enough right now. We have about $90,000 left to use up to the end of June.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much, yes.
Encumbered, yeah. I mean, I'm not showing a bigger encumbrance in that department, but
They'll be coming in shortly.
No,
yeah, encumbrance, it's 28,000 right now. So there's still about 80,000 left for 2 months.
now, on the back on building improvements, parks improvements, we did some hefty cutting there.
Where, Mr. Mayor, where? I can't hear you.
In the back, capital expenses,
Oh, you're on capital?
yeah.
Oh, capital. Okay.
You know, I know that you're doing the addition to the recreation,
Right,
Mm-hmm.
that's correct.
Yeah, that's carried forward.
so that's carried forward. Is that within the 640,
Yes.
the 500,000?
Correct.
I know, Mr. Lopez, we were looking down at the concession up at Little League, the flooring. Is that considered in the budget?
That's inside the other contractual services and so forth. We can get it all of that, so we don't really, they've done quite a bit of it already, so that's not gonna be that expensive.
So
That
that's
completes the
already
fiscal year,
included.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
yes.
part of this fiscal year.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah, but we haven't been able to finish it.
You didn't, you'll be able to finish, or are you carrying over the rest?
We're just gonna finish it off, carrying it over because of Little League play, which ends in August, July, so there's no way we can finish off during the month of April,
And
June.
You say you put that in other contractual service?
Well, it is, I believe Jessica had placed it under repair and maintenance of equipment or buildings,
Uh-huh.
and that's where she put $10,000.
Oh, right.
Okay, so you're covered with that one. That's in the budget.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
What about the scoreboard at the Little League Park? Because it's really sad that I had to see a grandparent buy a temporary little, he had to buy the little sign for us to see what was going on in the game. So what's going on with
What sign are you talking about?
Let me give, let me give him what's going on, because he's not
he
there at the
doesn't know?
games.
Okay.
He's not at the game. We haven't turned on the scoreboard all year. The reason is we haven't turned on the scoreboard is because we don't have access to the top floor of the concession stand, because the floor is weak, correct?
No,
They-
no,
they're
let me correct this.
Okay,
The scoreboard is cordless.
I know.
You can turn on the key in the back, you turn on the scoreboard, and it flicks on your scoreboard. It's simple as that. There's no electrical already. It's been like that for 4 years.
Yes, correct.
So
But to,
if we don't get the word saying, if you guys aren't using this, if we don't get any notification saying what happened to the scoreboard, so we're figuring the scoreboard is on.
Okay.
But the scoreboard at Memorial Little League, Fletcher 1, Fletcher 2 are all the same. They don't need any power. The power is already connected. It's just turning on your component, and it turns on your scoreboard.
Well, we didn't, I guess. None of us knew that as a coaches, so one of the grandparents bought a little
Yes.
temporary scoreboard.
No.
So it sounds like a field trip is in order?
we need volunteers
Mr.
to
Opeza?
turn it on and put
Oh,
a
yeah,
tape.
you don't need the press block up. You can just sit down on the bench and just turn it on.
So,
Well,
David, why don't you?
you gotta plug the box.
There's electrical
You
behind.
gotta plug the box, but we need volunteers to help us put a table outside and all that, it's, and I told Ms. Paz about it, you know, I've been doing the scoreboard, and that's a whole different item, you know, not here. But it, you know, it's, but
David, why don't you and the mayor work that out?
Yep, it's easier. I have another question.
go ahead.
Are we ever going to have at least temporary restrooms at the park here at the Western? There's so many complaints.
Going back to Camp Little, if you can recall, back in the Dino administration, you brought it up.
Yep.
And it was just got to the point where it was going to get too expensive. There's going to be more utilities, more janitorial supplies. Not only that, but the danger of the kids crossing the street to utilize the facility, because in that facility itself, there's no room for restrooms unless we minimize the parking or we minimize a part of the park. They considered right there in front of the corner going up McNabb, is it? If I'm not mistaken, what's the front, the McNabb? It's right in that corner. That was the only part of this, that's the city property. And I think that's where it had a manhole and so forth. But what I can recall and remember is that Mayor Garino at the point in time was, it's too expensive, vandalism, janitorial supplies, and that's where we're at on that. But it was just the danger of kids crossing the street to utilize the facility.
But I don't see a park without restrooms. The ones, the temporary ones. Is it too much just having, say, 2 of them there and having you guys clean them up every?
We can try to look into a portable restroom where it's unisex, just have one instead of having 2 sides, because these days it's all unisex.
Yep.
But we can sure look into it and see what the price is for that. Because if we do that, then I know the Monte Carlo Park and Meadow Hills Park, those are without restrooms. So it'll be a domino effect.
Well,
If we have to do it, we do it.
Well, and neighborhood parks typically don't have restrooms. So I don't know what you consider this one. I thought it was a neighborhood park.
It's a neighborhood park. All of them are neighborhood parks.
And typically that's the way I mean, that's the norm. So, and we had this discussion in our other budget session a couple weeks ago. If you do build restrooms in your parks, they need to be bulletproof. Okay. Probably one of the most annoying and expensive things about restrooms in parks is vandalism. Okay. And I can say without equivocation, every place I've ever worked, one of the most annoying things we have to deal with is people going into parks, breaking the lock off the door in the middle of the night and taking a baseball bat to porcelain fixtures. And then for the next week, the parks crew is in there replacing everything that got broke. And I know there's, you know, there are more durable fixtures. They're made out of stainless steel or they're made out of aluminum. I understand there's maybe some resistance to that. I think if we're going to do something like that, we got to, I guess we can sit on an aluminum toilet seat if we really got to go. And so, you know, the National Park Service has probably the best example of portable toilets in a lot of your national park facilities. You can clean them with a fire hose. And if they don't vandalize them, some of the messes they leave behind, I don't want my employees touching that stuff because people do leave huge messes. So we have to be realistic about how we do, if we do restrooms, how we do them.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Mr. Lopez, on one of your requests here, you're requesting $140,000 for outdoor recreation restrooms. Which restrooms are those?
Those restrooms are for the swimming pool at the rec center. They looked into this a couple years ago and trying to get some restrooms out there because there's a lot of kids or users come into the rec center
Wet.
and they're all wet and there's slippery floors and we have dance classes and we have basketball classes and people coming in and we constantly see kids and families just slipping all over the place.
Okay. So you're asking for outdoor recreation restaurants, right?
Yes, correct.
Not the ones inside the.
No, it's in the pool area for pool users only.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anybody else have questions? No questions?
Go ahead, Ms. Montiel.
David, I have a question on the soccer fields at Fletcher, Turley, whatever you want to call it. You know, the parking lot between Fletcher and
Yes.
Turley? You know the condition of it. You live there. Can that be resurfaced?
Absolutely, 100%.
Have you added that to the budget?
We have not added. I mentioned it to Jessica way back, but it's something that I guess she didn't put down. But we can get a ballpark figure with Public Works and see if we can do that in-house and then get a price on that.
Yeah, great.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Saulo.
Yes, sir.
Was waiting to see if somebody would cover that park and that's over there by Monte Carlo at the end after Challenger School. It's an IGA with the schools that the city has.
That is correct.
And what's the condition of that? Or I know there was no lighting there, and they do use it quite a bit. The people in the residential area mostly to go walking and
Correct.
the kids, to have a good time there on the field. But what's the situation in that?
On that facility in the past years, I know that Unisource was going to go and try to install electrical nearby the area, but their electrical is further west of that park, and what they're charging the city is astronomical. It's completely high. And then once again, having to get Musco or a professional lighting to light up the facility is not pollution to Mount Hopkins or the surrounding area in that area. So it all depends. Should we spend $250,000 and then the school will say, thank you very much, but it's our land. So that's a decision that we all have to make, because you never know. It's an IGA, and basically we don't own that facility. We're just maintaining it.
One of the things, Councilman, on that, we had the discussion with Mr. Bermudez about that, because I believe Ms. Travers had some of her people go and ask the houses around that if they were in favor for having lighting, and most of them said yes. But when we went back precisely with the Nogales Unified School District, from what I remember, we allocated money for lighting, David, remember? It's like 150,000 maybe, but we never got to that project because precisely Nogales Unified School District said, no, we're going to do it. We're going to do it because it's our field. And then the whole crisis happened with the $40 million, and so they were unable to finish that project. But you are correct, Mr. Lopeza. It's something that we have to look into. It's not it doesn't belong to us.
No,
It doesn't belong to us, and they can just turn around and say, well, thank you. And but regardless of that, the biggest expenditure was the electric. It was way too expensive.
Well, the mayor had touched base on that a few years ago about putting like solar lighting. That was kind of inexpensive, and it's kind of low lighting, but it creates a safe. I guess for at night when it's really dark, you can't even see the javelinas.
We're going to go back to the same problem as we do with Sky Park at the recreation center. It's not
But they
sufficient.
play ball over there. They're mostly,
They try.
No, but there it's mostly because they use it more like to go walking, and they just so they can see their footing where they're placing it, because it's so dark there that it's great during daylight hours, but at night people like to go out, especially in the summertime, and take a walk. But anyway, is there something that you could just kind of look at, or maybe get some kind of code on what solar lighting would be, just so there'd be some kind of light there, just not necessarily to play ball, because of course once you're playing softball or soccer, it speeds up, but mostly for the residents to feel safe just going out and walking around the park, and the kids just playing like kickball or something.
No, absolutely. I mean, we could look into any solar lighting that we can and place that up there. But the residents are going to have to take into consideration that it won't light up like a ball field. It's
Right.
just,
Definitely.
and so why are you putting these type of lights and wasting this money when we can't even see the ball? But yet it's good for the walkers. But for the athletes that are playing there, just, it's not going to be,
No, it's not
it's not going to be sufficient lighting.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have a question, David. On the pool out by Wade Carpenter, years back, we decided not to invest in that pool anymore.
Correct.
However, we are still maintaining that pool. What's the?
I think it's a decision that city council, mayor and council are going to have to make in order to make a decision with the school district to see if you want to swap lands or what do we want to do? Because, the issue, we cannot use the swimming pool because we don't own the other side of the fence. So basically, if we don't have any restrooms, we cannot open the swimming pool. So I don't know if the school district wants that land. If they do want it, then we come and empty it, we fill it up, and then it belongs to them.
Well, I think that was a discussion of draining it and covering it up, and then having the discussion afterwards to see if they want it or not. But how much does it cost to maintain that pool throughout the year? At least a month, 6,000, 7,000 a month.
I think it's a little bit more than.
Great.
It's about, yeah.
So that is the reason we decided to close down that swimming pool, because we can only use it 2 months out of the year.
Month and a half.
Month and a half. And then after that, we can't use it, but we have to pay maintenance, and it's over $7,000. I see no need to us be paying over $100,000
Yes,
for
correct.
that pool that we can only use for a month and a half. I thought it was at least 2 months. So I would say that we need to make a decision as far as draining that pool, covering up, and then
Correct.
and then talk to the school district. The school district,
The school district can't use that pool because they don't have certified lifeguards.
Exactly.
That's why they pulled them off of the pool.
Wouldn't
They
that
can't
be an
use it.
agenda item? Wouldn't that be an agenda item for this discussion?
Yeah, we probably should move on to something
Yeah.
else. It's an operations question, budget question.
Go ahead.
This is part of the discussion. David, my last question here, because I didn't finish, is the $500,000 for recreation building addition carryover? Could you just,
That's a carryover, yes.
so it's just a carryover that you're going to use for,
It's going to be a multi-purpose field with 3 offices, so that way we can hold all of our summer classes and any other meetings that we might have in the city. We can use a recreation center.
okay. And just going back so I can tell, so I can know after this meeting is that the parking lot between these two fields will be resurfaced, hopefully.
Hopefully in the near future, yes.
I have a lot of faith in you, David.
Absolutely.
It will be resurfaced.
We'll get her done.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's it.
Any other questions for
Yours, the-
Parks?
What else do we have? Anything for parks, recreation?
No,
Going once, going twice? Okay,
No need for equipment?
beating the dead horse.
No,
We good?
I've done everything that I had to do.
You guys don't need
yeah,
We have it, but we can get it out of.
we did discuss that with him pretty thoroughly.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I didn't need no ice. No black eyes. Yeah, that was good.
Thank you, Mr. Pesa.
What do you want to do next?
Internal funds, which is page 57. For public.
Okay. Yeah, 57. Here you go, Eric. Again.
Just to give you a little bit of information, the fleet department gets paid out by different funds. It depends on whatever they budget. So it matters if they increase their budget, it affects the other departments' funds, actually. Be the general fund, enterprise funds, that will pay into it, including HERF as well. They normally don't tend to spend everything that they budget, especially when it comes to fleet. maintenance that gets paid in is normally what they, they do oil changes or any type of work on the vehicles, depending on the fund, what they fall in. Just to give you a heads up where the revenue is coming for the fleet department.
Eric Stewart, Public Works. Okay, so again, a replay of yesterday. We've tried to budget our department so that it's equal to what last year was or last. Our contractual services are down for fleet. And did you have any capital items for fleet?
For fleet, there was, let me see. There was a carryover of the fuel tank.
Fuel tank,
Yeah,
yes, thank
that's
you.
all
Yeah.
that's all there is the fuel tank.
It was
Okay.
the fuel tank, and I think you requested a vehicle lift.
Correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
A vehicle lift and then
The garage
door
doors?
openers.
Yes.
And are those still in the capital list then?
Yes, it's all in the list.
So to be specific, the fuel tank that is in the budget this year, it's been ordered, should be delivered July 26th. And we've had some savings. It's smaller than we had planned. We're going to utilize the same location where the existing tank is to save some money and get that installed by a contractor as soon as it's delivered. So, and also the vehicle lift, there are 3 bays now. They have lifts. There's one that does not. It'll just make the team more productive. And then the doors are very tall roll down doors. And so they just want to put an opener on it to automatically raise them and lower them. And so that's it for capital.
So the tank's gonna go where the existing tank is?
That's the idea.
It's not gonna go on the outside where it was planned?
We talked about it. There's more engineering involved. There's more security items, issues with that. It works where it is. It's just, it's complex where we have to have a contractor come in, pump the tank out, put up a temporary fueling station so that we can utilize fuel on a daily basis, do the work, and then hand it over to us. So
But it's doable.
it's very doable, yes,
Okay.
for the budget we have.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead, Vice.
Eric, good morning.
Morning.
On the repair and maintenance for the vehicles, I know that you're cutting $47,000. Is this because we replaced the old inventory of vehicles? I know that every year we've been replacing vehicles. So you're cutting $12,000 from the repair and maintenance of vehicles, and then we've spent only $8,689.
I think it was overinflated last year, and we just brought it down to what the average number was for previous years. Is that right, Sergio?
Correct. The usage, the base of the actual, what they end up spending compared to the budgeting. And again, this is one of the funds that affects the budget of so many different,
So every department pays for their own vehicle
Correct.
repairs and stuff.
Correct.
Okay.
so increasing that amount when they're not using it, it affects water fund, sewer fund, general fund. So if we lower it to the amounts that they actually just need, then it also helps the other funds lower their budget.
Okay. And the other question was general insurance. Is that what kind of insurance is that?
Good question.
That's part of the building liability insurance, which includes all, but we separated just to track
So that's part of the fleet
the full,
section.
yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any question? Go ahead.
On the fuel inventory, like the fuel's going up at different times and then it comes down and it gets up and down. Is that going to be hopefully the right amount that we're budgeting for this fiscal year?
Can you speak to that, Sergio?
I know that the costs have been going up. We haven't been reaching not even the $400,000 because of that same reason that happened a couple of years ago. So we did balloon the expenditure request for that fuel inventory. I believe that that will be enough for this coming fiscal year as well.
Because back in '24, we went all the way up to 468,000.
And that is
Pretty
when
close to the
it was
500.
increased. I'm trying to get the right number.
Well, I heard that when the war is over, it's gonna drop like a rock. Why is everybody laughing?
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, for the last, at least 3 years, we have it at 500, but I mean, if you feel more comfortable, we can increase the amount to either 550 or 600, whichever you prefer, but again, I have to adjust this and then I'll have to adjust it for the other funds as well.
Yeah, and we still, are these numbers from April? Because we're at,
Yes, this number as,
May.
we still
it was as of through May.
Yeah,
we still have a couple of months to go.
yeah.
Mhm.
I think we'll be okay.
You okay?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Next,
Okay, warehouse?
go ahead.
You know, in the past, we've spoken about placing GPS systems in the vehicles. They're at Fleet, and they were, as a matter of fact, they were ordered to. Now, I don't know what the status is on that, and is there a maintenance cost to keeping them up if they are been installed, or if they haven't, are they going to be? That's my question.
The answer is yes.
They have been installed and there is a maintenance fee.
They're being kept in operational mode.
Yes,
Are
the GPS units being maintained? Yes.
Is that just in certain vehicles, or is that most of them?
I'm pretty sure it's every city vehicle.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Who keeps track of the GPS?
The GPS. So there's access to this information. So Public Works, we monitor staff. We use it for basically service requests. If there's a specific request in the area, we'll look up, see who's in the area, and then we'll ask them to go take a look at things. I know Fleet does. I can't speak to any other departments.
So is there like a monthly report on where the vehicles, if there's any changes from one month to another on a certain vehicle, like
right.
if they used it like for 20 miles in 1 month and then the next month it went up to 300 miles, do they keep a record? Do you generate a report every month?
That's a good question. I'm sure we could generate reports, but I haven't thought of that, just
Yeah.
to see what usage they have, or,
We can contact the fleet manager, because I know he has control. If we needed access, like if we wanted to verify it, it's like, hey, I want to see where our meter readers are, where they're at, and he gives us the access to verify and check. And I'm assuming that they do track it, so we can request and ask them if it does that type of reporting, that we can see how many miles, monthly or weekly, however.
Just for the director's information, because what's the use of having GPS if nobody's even monitoring them or generating a report?
Any other questions?
okay.
Utility?
The next department will be inventory warehouse, page 59. And this is also the same treatment with fleet, that depending on the budget of this department, it gets paid out by the rest of the department.
And again, contractual services are down. And that's the only item worth noting here.
Why would your general insurance go to zero?
Because since it's both of the departments together, there's no need to have it billed twice. So it was just put into one.
Okay. Next.
This is utility management. This is the department that holds the admin positions, the public works director, the admin assistant, the superintendent, the project manager. It's mostly that department, and this specific department gets, the revenues come from the sewer, water, and sanitation. So it affects those three funds.
Thank you, Sergio. And so this next year, it looks like employee-related expenses are up a little bit, contractual services are down, and it's actually just a little bit less than we budgeted last year.
Any questions? That's it?
We can do either just review all the grant. We have the grants, miscellaneous, and other funds. Those funds are normally just,
Let's do it.
which is page 65.
Thank you, Eric.
Thanks, Eric.
So most of these funds are either there's grant funded or it can be donation funds. So we just tend to make sure that we have the funding available, more of the spending authority available when we do the budgeting. That way, when they have the grants, they're allowed to. And these, it's money out, money in, and it's more for tracking, accounting tracking wise. So the page 65, you have a police bulletproof vest grant. Page 66, that's the Homeland Security Grant, which is Stone Garden. They have, they budgeted because they have equipment and they also have personnel. So that's, it depends on every year it changes. Sometimes they'll get vehicles as well budgeted. For this one, they're not applying for any. For some of the ones that are applying, we have a separate fund, so just in case they get the grant, then we do have the spending authority in case they want it, so we could add it to with a budget transfer. Page 67, we have DUI, and let's see, it's just DUI for page 67 and page 68, which is the same fund, 021. It's called the STEP grant, and also the car seat grant fall within these budgets. These are smaller grants, the STEP and DUI grants. They tend to be used every so often, and it's scheduled by the police department. 69, that's the Tohono O'odham. For non-departmental, we have nothing budgeted, we're not expecting anything, but I know for page 70, it's police, it's expecting they're applying for $300,000. Yes,
On the Tohono, on your summary of all funds, it notes there that there's a $400,000 projected amount, but it doesn't reflect on page 69. And am I not?
Oh, you talking
reading it?
about page 71?
69, Tohono O'odham contribution. It doesn't have an amount there.
Yeah, this is non-departmental.
So, okay.
We're not, for non-departmental, we're not expecting anything this
Okay.
coming fiscal year. But for the other departments, which is page 70, that's police. They're requesting 300,000. So we're doing the spending authority in case they receive that grant that they're applying for, and that way we have it budgeted.
But why is it noted 400,000 on the summary? at the
If you add the 300,000 for police, and then in page 71, there's $100,000 also for fire.
Oh, for the Tohono. Okay, so you added both of them.
Yeah, so that's
Okay, got
the
it.
total of that fund.
Okay, I got it. It's a total of both. Thank you.
Page 72, that's the miscellaneous fund. As you can see, that's where we budget that extra spending authority, which is $4 million because we do have a fire pending some applications for grants, and so does police. So once when they receive it, then it comes from this extra budgeted amount. It's just there for a spending authority in case we get extra grants that we're not expecting throughout the year. If I'm correct, you have some pending, right? Still a decision in the near future? So we tend to have that. And page 73, you see that the library had a $90,000. I don't think if they got that grant or they did it. I have to check on that, but I think that's library's not here, so that was money that we received this year for, was a joint with Mariposa. So next year, they're not applying for it. Normally, this fund in page 74, you'll see that police department is the one that has personnel grants and also a lot of individual, they're all at the capital expenses. We have all the individual grants that they are still pending and they're carrying over the balances to the next year. These grants that are budgeted here, they were already approved, so as I explained, they're carry over. And once they get the new grants, I'm pretty sure they'll bring it up to council meetings once they get approved. Page 77, you're going to the impound fees. That's a fund that's only for police, that's correct.
Sergio, I got a question. Mr. Jimenez, on capital expenses, we're dropping down almost $5 million.
I would have to see exactly the paperwork so maybe I can give you that more correct assessment on that.
Most of the for this fund, the carryovers are budgeted. Some of the amounts that were budgeted were for grants that they were applying for and that did not get. That is why that we're not putting it as a budgeted amount when they're applying for it. And we're leaving it within that $4 million that we already extra, that we budget. That way, in case you guys receive it, then we do the budget transfer down to those line items. So when you see sometimes that there's amount budgeted and there's nothing this fiscal year, it was probably because they were applying for a grant for this fiscal year and they did not get it. So it just goes back to zero for the future.
Go ahead.
Sergio, I just want to go back to page 72. There's a ARPA capital project. There's $61,000 from last year. And I was listening to the meeting, yesterday's meeting, and Councilwoman Montiel brought up that funding, the ARPA for the Morley project, and you said that funding wasn't used, ARPA wasn't used for that project. That it came from a transfer.
This was actually that ARPA fund that was budgeted for this fiscal year. For the next fiscal year, we have you're going to see it in the money that we received from South 32. It's budgeted in a different fund because we can't consider the South 32 money part of ARPA.
Okay. And then on the Homeland on page 66. Is this part of Stone Garden?
Correct.
So
Fund is Stone Garden Fund.
So are we collecting funds for the pension for the officers for this?
We get reimbursements for the fund. So, and as you can see that I'm not budgeting anything for health insurance and life insurance in this fund. We don't bill that. It's not reimbursable. So that never gets billed. But what we get reimbursable is the FICA Medicare that the city pays and also the pension portion of it. So whatever we pay out of a pension, we get reimbursed for the hours that they work during the Stone Garden.
Okay.
So again, back to, so we do have impound fees that the police department also has. They have the impound fees, which is on page 77. Those are just carry forward of the balances of what they collect. And What is SB 1398, which is that other fund that you guys have, that 057?
So just to clarify both pages, the impound fee is a shared funds that come from the impound fees that the state collects that us and city court do share. And it's usually for impound related needs, like we need a new copy machine or we need to buy ink and stuff like that. So those funds have to relate to what the needs are. We just can't get impound fees to purchase, let's say, food or something like that. It has to tie into the requirements. The one that Sergio just mentioned is the actual funds that come from the issuing of citations. So the state reimburses or returns some of the fees that are collected back to the courts, and we share that with the courts too. So once again, there's restrictions of what we can use that funding for. So if it's, for instance, buying more ticket books and stuff of that nature. So
Yeah, I think those are the two questions.
Sergio, on page 76, Parks and Rec, they have 576 and then we're taking it off. Was that not a carryover?
Yeah, no, that was a grant that they had applied and did not get. So that is why the reason we're not budgeting here, since we do have the extra 4 million that we budget for in case we get the grants. That way we don't budget more than what we really. Because if they would have gone to 576 and we didn't budget it, we could have just moved it from that 4 million that we always have to just do the transfer to that, but they did not receive that grant.
I have a question. Where is the money from the parking meters? Where does it show?
Parking meters actually gets deposited in general fund.
Oh,
So that will be all the way to the beginning of the,
no, that's okay.
there's a meter fees.
Thank you.
Page 79, you'll find the city, that's one of the other two court funds that the judge actually spoke about yesterday, that they also have certain funds for them that they can only use it for certain things regarding to that department. So that's both Fund 211, which is page 79, and page 80, which is Fund 212. Those are funds are for them which have different limits to what they can use it for. Page 81, that's a library grant. They tend to get different grants throughout so this is a spending authority request that we got from Danitza, the director. Page 82, that's another library grant, and that's actually just personnel grant. This is where we pay out the part-time employees that work at the Sonoita Library or Rio Rico Library.
Where does it show here? Maybe I passed by and I didn't notice the part where the county pays to run these two other libraries or three libraries.
For the library, yeah, we have it in the revenues.
Is it in the revenues?
Yes, it's in the
I'll look.
beginning of the general
Yeah,
fund
don't.
revenues.
I'll look at it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
And that amount is still pending. We just copied the same amount that we got.
It's right here. Yeah.
They're working on their numbers, and as soon as the county completes their number, then they'll give it to
Saw
us.
it here. Thank you.
$251 is also a police grant. So you can see it's only $73 as part of some of the money, the funds that they normally would collect. These are actually also have a different bank account that are linked to that. So the balance always matches the bank account because that's it's state money or federal money. Okay. So 251 is one of them, which is that $73 one. This is the miscellaneous fund, which is page 84. This is where we normally get donations, and we make sure that we put it into the.
What would be an example of somebody donating to the city of Nogales?
An example would be sometimes.
We give out in kind constantly, but who gives us money?
I know we receive checks, and normally police is the one that normally tends to get it. Sometimes we get a check from fire. They'll donate to the department, and they'll bring it, and they'll get deposited, and they'll have the spending authority within that. That way, we can track it in case they request and know where we're spending this money or the funds, and that way the mayor and council are also aware that we're getting donations for certain departments. As you can see on page 84, we have the 80,675. That's actually what we received from South 32.
Okay, that was my next question. So South 32 has
So this is where we're going to be
given that
tracking
$80,000.
the additional cost for the arch.
Okay, so this is,
I know it was just for downtown projects, so it depends on who's going to be handling the projects as well. So
I thought it was going to be the community development from Public Works.
yeah, it'll be community development, which is the Eric. What's Eric Fitzer.
They did all the engineering and architectural and all that stuff.
for the arch.
Yeah. And I thought it was done
That's
from
an agenda item.
from the ARPA, but listening to yesterday's meeting, you said that it came from a transfer from one account transfer to that project. It wasn't used from the ARPA.
No, it was the original movement was from ARPA. The transfer was because they had it in the general fund. I think that's where that was originally. Then they moved it to the miscellaneous fund to track it separately. Whatever was already paid out was paid out of that. For the future ones, it's they're looking into this amount.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, how much was that fund for the ARPA for that project?
I don't have that amount, to be honest. I was not included in that project. I know Jean had some type of spreadsheet where she was tracking it and communicating with Mr. Tapia at the time. I don't know that information, but I can get you that information if you want.
And has that the arch been paid for?
The arch is mostly almost all paid off. Is that from my understanding is based on what I got the information from Ginebra, which is the admin assistant, is that they're still pending approximately 25,000. Is that so they're just waiting for half the footing so they can just install it.
Okay, because this 80,675, that's targeted for the footings and the base of the arch, right? That was pending for that project, and that's how the community development person requested this this grant amount because he did all the numbers and he figured it was going to take like $80,000 to do the whole base foundation.
Okay. Yeah, we would have to look into what the continuation of the project is. Again, I'm not involved in those talks. I can try to reach out to see what they have. I know that they're already working on trying to get the information for the footings. That way they can get the project completed.
Yeah, because grants have obligation dates and expended dates, so we can't sit on those for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did obligate, the funds from ARPA were obligated, so we're good. We won't be in danger of having to give those back.
So my question is on that project, since it ran around so much, what was the actual cost of the arc and how much savings was it? Was it saved by sending it down to Mexico? And I mean, I don't know if assembled or finished up over there.
Well, we would have to get we know we still owe a balance on it. We know how much we paid. I don't know off the top of my head how much we've paid so far. So we'll take invoices that have been paid plus what we haven't paid, and that will be the cost. Now, whether we saved any money fabricating it one place or another, nobody knows. Okay? So I can't tell you that. Now, we did receive some information that Mr. Fitzer has now, as far as the engineering is concerned. Apparently, and I believe he got that information by virtue of information from Mr. Tapia. And he did supply the paperwork that verifies the engineering, and despite the fact there was some concern about a tunnel underneath one of the foundations, that apparently was already considered in the engineering. So it appears that once we get everything here, we're going to be good to go. And I believe Public Works employees are going to be building the foundations, what I call foundations, because there are uprights that are fabricated to foundations that are at street level. So our people are going to do the foundations, and then they'll bring the arch in and the posts and set it. So that's all a question of when Mr. Fitzer and the Public Works staff can make that all happen.
Mr. Buchan, when you say tunnel there, talking about the wash, or is there an actual tunnel there?
Yeah, I'm Mr. Bojorquez. I don't know anything about the engineering. All I know is the engineering was done.
Because there's a wash that runs underneath on the street there.
Yeah.
So I think that was the biggest problem for that project.
Right. And my understanding is the design we have took that into consideration. Now, we're able to second guess that once we get everything here, but we don't necessarily need to have that discussion today.
Okay.
If I could just add to it, maybe we could put it as an agenda item in the future, because that way we kind of clear some of the questions we have, like, is it even going to be high enough for people to pass through, like parades and so forth, semis or whatever. We don't have semis going
Well,
through.
that should have already been taken into
Yeah,
consideration.
I realize
in
that,
the
but
design.
there's so many questions, as you know, we're asking. So maybe we could just
We
put
know
an agenda item
semi-trailers are
to discuss it.
6 inches
Yeah.
high, and that's what.
Yeah, in the
I think
future. I
Mr.
know
Doyle-
it's not the
Mr.
time.
Doyle already requested that for the next agenda.
Yeah, okay. Oh, you did? Okay, John. Good.
He may not know he did, but he did.
Oh, good. It'll be on the agenda. Thank you.
Mr. Fitzer will need to be ready for that.
And any other questions?
Ready?
Yeah, so back to page 85, where this is also part of the same miscellaneous donations. This is the police department. Right now, so far, they still have about $10,000.21. So they're carrying it over to the next budget. Next page, you also have fire, has some certain amount there still available. They had more, they're using part of it this fiscal year, right? And the rest will be carried over to the following year.
Are they restricted? In some cases, are they restricted?
It depends if they,
Penny knows.
who does the
how they-
donation, right? They can only, some people can donate some money to you guys and say, well, it can only be used for a certain amount of things.
Because I know the fire department has 97,000 right now. So are they restricted, Mr. Larry?
No, 97,000 is the total of the fund.
Yeah, I get that, but they still have a lot of money, right?
They have
Donations.
6,500.
Am I reading the same?
The 97,000 is the total of the whole fund, which includes the donation. It includes the police department and the South 32 money.
Is that on page 86?
Page 84, yeah, 84, 85, and 86 are the same fund.
You put it
So
all
this is the
together?
total of all of the three funds.
Okay,
all
never
the three
mind. I was
departments.
like, what is Mr. Larry and the fire department going to do with 97,000? It's my bad. Sorry about that. Nine.
254 is also, and it's an E-rate, which the library also gets some money for certain things. So they, if I'm not mistaken, the E-rate is for more like for computers or anything technology, right?
Yep.
255, that's a treasury fund for police department. Again, this also has a bank account separate, so it doesn't come out, this money doesn't get mixed up with the general fund money. 262 is the fund next to it, which is page 89. That's the wildland fire. We budget for when fire department sends out their employees for wildland fires, and this is where we get the reimbursement requests, and we budget in here.
Right now that you mentioned different accounts, how many, do we have track of all the accounts we have? And
Yes, especially when it comes to grants, we have to make sure that we can track them. They want to know that what we're spending is actually what we're requesting. We have a separate way of tracking, and certain grants request for us to isolate them from the general fund.
Yeah, all state and federal grants will require reports from us either periodically or at the end of the grant period or both.
go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yes, Sergio, on the overtime for this wildland fires, we didn't budget anything for this year. We did have a budget for 24-25 of 11,608. Is there?
That gets collected as well. So whenever there's extra amount of, they book it to the overtime, we bill it and they pay it back. So these funds, whatever we budget, is more just for spending authority, just in case they need to use it. We have it, and then, so it's more of an, we spend it and we get it back. Page 90, which is Victims' Right Grant. This is actually for the attorney's department. And this is a fund that grant that we get that pays a portion of the victims' rights for one of the admin ladies from the attorney's office. Let's see. Then we have the CDBG, 295. Sewer development fees is 92. And water development fees is 93. $94, that's where we have the budgeted to track it separately, is the WIFA fund. The last one should be, last one is page 95, which is just so we can, where we track the health insurance. They send us reports of all the claims, and we have to journalize them with accounting, and then also any other costs or anything we could, just for recording purposes. That includes all the miscellaneous and grant funds. I don't know if you want to go with
It's 12:40. Should we take a break?
Yes.
No hesitation on your part. Yeah, let's take a break. And then, what do you think, Mayor, 30 minutes?
Yeah. 30 minutes. Looking at
And then, because, yeah, we'll
110.
need to discuss payroll and we need to discuss the water fund again. And I think that's all we have, right? Unless you all have something else to bring up, that you got the rest of the day for that.
Okay.
If you want to spend the rest of
Let's
the day.
take a break for half an hour. Back at 1:15. reconvene from our break for study session. Go ahead.
Okay.
Where do we go?
Oh, where do we go? To the mic? Okay, so, part of what there's two more things we have to do today. One of them is get some direction on what to do with employee salaries. Because as I mentioned yesterday, the budget numbers that you just went through do not include increases for anyone. And so, Sergio has worked out based on the scenarios that were suggested. And I also dug out this salary table, which you have. This was it says 2019 salary plan, but it was for fiscal year 25. So I just noticed that today because the header isn't on when you look at it on a computer screen, the header isn't on there. So that's a typo. And so basically, the first set of columns are the current ranges for all of our positions. The middle one that's kind of colored green, if I'm not colorblind, it's green. That is market data that was collected for the survey. And then the last set of columns on the right is what the consultant had proposed. And as Miguel will tell you, this study came in draft form, and I don't know what, if any, further work the consultant did on it. So this is officially still a draft, but I'm guessing that usually once you get to this level, it usually goes into final with only minor changes. So, but Miguel did bring up a good point. If we paid them the whole amount that you contracted for, we probably should get a final product too, but that's immaterial at this point, as far as I'm concerned. So anyway, Sergio has worksheets based on scenarios, some of which were requested by members of council. And he's added a couple of things of his own. And I'm just going to let him explain that chart to you.
Mr. Doyle.
So everybody understands it well. So Serge, why don't you go ahead and explain how you put this together?
Can I interfere?
Yes.
Sergio, we've gone through the budget, we've gone to the details. And I think it's page 36 that gives us kind of a full rundown of the final numbers before we get into the details, so everybody understands.
For the general fund.
For the general fund, how do we stand? In overall, how much room do we have? Where do we stand as a city to give, to look at wages, to look at increments and all that? Where do we stand?
Okay, for the general fund, it's a healthy fund. As also when we spoke to the auditors, how they're showing actually a higher fund balance. One of the things is that if you can see that we're showing the revenue, not the revenue, the reserve for expenditures. We had about, I just want to get the exact amount that I have here.
Carry forward. 27.
The reserve is actually the unfunded, the unbudgeted.
Right.
No, it would be page 8. That's the carry forward. That's the revenue. 8. So in the reserve, we have 11.6 that haven't been. That's extra revenues that haven't been budgeted. That's basically it. So if any of the raises, any of the costs, or any that the mayor and council decides, if you decide to make any type of changes, it comes out of the reserve.
From the 11.6
million. Based on some of our talks that we've been having with the auditors, or actually the fund balance for the city is actually bigger than that. Once I get something better information, then that number actually will be higher and increase once we have the final talk with the.
Is that including our commitments with payments and,
Yes, this is what reserve is that if you have excess revenues, so every department submits their expenditures. And if the department decides, all the departments after we total for general fund, let's say it's $50,000, but we have an excess of revenues that are more than that, expected revenues, including the carry forward, then you have to balance the funds. So in order to balance the funds, you gotta have the same number of revenues and expenditures. So if you have more revenues, you have to, so since we didn't budget that 11.6, it becomes just a reserve, kind of like your rating day fund. In case of an emergency, you have that amount there in order to use.
So,
And,
Sergio,
yes,
how much are we required to have in the reserve, to keep the city going?
one of the recommended amounts is normally about 3 months of operational costs. It can be 2 to 3 months. That's the recommended reserve that they, but as long as you have at least one month, but the recommended would be 2 to 3 months in case no revenues come in at all.
In our case, how are we doing that? How many months are we good for?
I don't have that number right in front of me, but I can get you that information as soon as today, actually.
what does it take for the city to run for a full month?
It depends on every year what they decide to budget. So if we budget, let's say, more amount of money, we have to remove, first of all, you remove the capital. You don't want to include the capital in part of that. So you will look at the bottom line number, which right now it's about 51,000, and then we 51 million. And then we remove all the money that's capital. And then you determine, okay, out of that, how much is the monthly to maintain that? And then you determine, okay, we have 3 months. Do we have that in reserve? From my talks with auditors, it looks like the fund balance is actually higher than what's for the past previous years has been noted on the balance. The balance of the general fund. But right now, I'm just going to what we continue doing from the past couple of years, and we show about 11.6. They say it's actually a little bit higher than, actually not a little bit, actually enough, but it's a healthy fund according to the auditors. And
So in every department, you have a contingency. Is that the same thing as a reserve, or is that the reserve actual funds and contingency is just a number?
yeah, so you have the contingency reserve or the carry forward. One will be revenues, and one will be reserved, which is unbudgeted revenues. For the general fund, only the general fund will be the non-departmental, because we have all the departments, so not all the departments don't have a reserve. And then, because we only work with all the revenues that come in for the general fund, which will be just one whole fund that handles all of the departments. Then you have her fund, they have their own carry forward and their own reserve. It's a separate fund. But this one is only the non-departmental, that's where it gets budgeted. That's where we carry the reserve and the carry forward revenues.
Okay, so I've been asking this question for the last couple of weeks. I'm going to hit you with it again. For getting any carry forward balance in the general fund, if I had just current revenue and I subtracted current expenditures in this budget, what would it be?
Removing the carry forward.
Removing carry forward. So in other words, all I'm interested in is what this year's revenues are going to be and what this year's expenditures are going to be. I should say next year for 27. And what that number is.
Might be a profit.
Well, not necessarily.
It's like last year's operating budget, based on the information you gave us last year, was 75 million. So without but so yeah, so about that.
Yeah,
Figure.
well, the amount that's included in that, and the 77 and the 75, that includes all the reserves for all the funds.
So you're saying that in 26, 27, you think about there'll be an increase of $2 million?
The most of, if you see the increase was basically more in the HERF fund.
I saw that, and that's why I had asked you yesterday earlier,
Mhm.
like, where did you get that huge increase with
Yeah.
the street level funds? I mean, that's a $3 million.
It was based on their expected revenues, their carry forward, and that 6.2 million.
And that is formulated into that.
Correct.
We don't know, though. We think
Yeah.
things can happen.
It's just
We don't get that.
anticipation, like a forecast.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what you have is
That's
expected
usually
revenues
pretty
more
accurate.
forecast.
Sorry?
That's usually pretty accurate. The state share revenues,
Yeah,
Yeah.
they send us an email and say,
They don't
this is how
even-
much
yeah.
we're estimated and giving you for the city, so that's the number that we use based on the numbers they report to us.
yeah. With the state share revenues, we should end up pretty close to the exact number every year. Well, and there's a motive for me asking that question, okay? From year to year, I think we should have a pretty good idea. If we just isolate the next fiscal year and look at just those revenues and just those expenditures for the general fund, okay? I mean, that's your benchmark. That's what you're gonna do. And is it a positive number, or is it a negative number? And even if you backfill with a carry forward balance, you want to know from year to year exactly how you're performing. And so, because I did notice that, we had a carry forward balance for this year projected at 24 million, and then this year we're projecting 22 million. Well, that's a red flag in my opinion, because that means that did we spend 2 million more than we took in? And so that's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah. And it is a good question. And that is why I'm in the conversations with the auditors, because based on the calculations, there could be actually more carry forward. According to
I don't care about the carry forward right now. I just care about our projected revenue for fiscal 27 and our projected expenditures for fiscal 27 in the general fund. I want to strip all the carry forward, any money we have today, I don't want to count it.
Okay, that's 28,805,778. 28.
Is that revenue
That's without the carry
or is
forward.
that expenditures?
That's revenues.
28 million,
Yes, that's the expected,
say that again.
28 million. 805,000. 778.
778, okay.
I grabbed the total amount of revenues minus the carry forward.
Okay, how about expenditures? How about expenditures? Yeah, what did we just go through for the last 2 days?
It's more than that.
Yeah,
The goal is to have the reserve equal the carry forward. So if it doesn't equal, as you notice, we have 11.6 is because we're balancing.
yeah. My goal right now is to find out how much we're appropriating in expenditures in the general fund.
36. I gotta go to piece 36. $39,747,341. Budgeting more.
39 million in what?
39,747,341.
341? Okay.
And that is something that I did bring up to Mr. Pockner, because I realized that based on the history is being budgeted or balanced based on, including the carry forward, not just the expected revenues. Do we get to spend that? Based on the history for general fund, it's 24, we spent 30.4 million. 25, we spent 30.9 million. And so far to this year, we spent 27.1 million.
Now, it's not necessarily atypical to budget more expenditures and revenues in the general fund, because typically what we try to do in the general fund is to put in every possible thing we can think of that we need to spend money on. And that's after, and that note, this number comes after stripping away probably 4 or 5 million in just our conversations with the department heads.
About 3 to 4, yeah.
3 to 4 million. And but I think you can see where I'm going with this. Okay, so in other words, in order for this budget to balance, you need to use carry forward balance to do it. Okay, and this is not the first time, by the way. Okay, I have a problem with this format only in that it doesn't give you that number every single year. And if you get that number every single year, you tend to deal with it in the spirit of expenditures versus revenues. You know, when I very first looked at your budget, that was the first thing I noticed was, well, where's the revenues minus expenditures? It's not in this document. Okay. Is it? So we need to, now, will you spend 39 million? No, you probably won't. What will you spend? I don't know. It all depends. We have no idea, especially this year. So anyway, I know it's an eye opener, but I'm not trying to pour water on your campfire or anything. I just want you to know where we are. Nope, nope, I told you. I told you.
You said we spent 27 so far.
27 million. We budgeted 50. How much was it for the fund that we budgeted? Yeah, 53.3, and we spent 27. What's that? Page? Page. Hold on. It's page 36. And page 26 at the bottom shows you the activity of the fiscal year, how much was spent. So far, we have 27.1.
Right. So, you know, if you look at your year-to-date activity, you're running pretty close to balanced right now. Because you got 27,083 in revs and 27,180 in expenditures. So that's pretty, that's balanced for all intents and purposes.
Percentage of the 39 million that you estimated we're going to spend, how much that we're at, what, 60, 70%? What actually, a rough estimate?
51%.
About 58%. And based on last year's budgeted amount to what was actually spent last year. So 58% of the budget that was budgeted in fiscal year 25 was the only thing that was used. 58?
Okay, so just so you know where you are. Okay.
And I went back 6 years just to double check on the revenues that actually came in. And the expenditures and none of the 6 years in general fund, in general. So it was always more revenues at the end of the year, more revenues.
Yeah, typically, yeah.
And that is what I questioned. That's when I looked into it and see why we had a certain amount.
4 years ago, we certainly had 7.3.
There's 7.3, is that?
4 years ago.
Oh, 4 years ago. I'm looking at fiscal year 22. And 43.9 million came in. Huh? 40, yeah, about 44 million, and 24 only was spent. So there was a big savings there. So almost the 20 million that so that's why I feel like the carry forward seems kind of small, and I'm looking at the draft audit, it shows about close to 47, actually 47 million carry forward, not a 20 something.
Mr. Pocken, I have a question. I have to leave, but I want some input on the salaries. So
Okay.
could I email those to you and to the council? Or how could I do that?
Sure. Well, okay. I made my point here, okay? You have to leave right now? Oh, I'm sorry. Because we were going to go to that next.
This is for the tentative budget anyway, right?
Yes.
Yeah, whatever we change here,
Yeah.
we'll still bring it up and discuss it, and I'll make the changes. Then, and for the tentative, you'll see the report with all the charts and graphs and everything.
Plug it in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a rough draft.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Anna.
So we're all clear with the numbers? We continue.
So, okay. So I just wanted to go back to the spreadsheet so I can explain to you guys how it worked. So I was given 8 scenarios, and then I added a couple more just to give an idea. So,
Because he didn't like any of the other ones.
well, because of the concerns of the council, I know that most of the issues was like, it shouldn't be across the board. It should be treated differently. So I did separate scenarios based on that. So first of all, the red numbers on the top, I just wanted to show you so you guys can have an idea how much base was increased for that year, and the total extra cost with EREs. It was for fiscal year 22, which was back 5 years ago. When it was implemented in July 1st, 2021. So I just wanted, so you guys can have an idea of the increased amount extra that the city approved. When it comes to the scenarios, we did a 1%, 2%, 3%, and a 4% across the board. We also did a 50-cent, $1, $1.50, and $2 across the board. Those are the black numbers that they'll show you. The first green column shows the difference in base of the increase. And then the overall difference, which means it includes the base plus the EREs. So that's an extra cost that will come out of the reserve if those scenarios get approved. On the scenarios that are in red, I have a 300K, 400K. That's mostly roughly about the base amount that we would increase, and then how much the overall difference. Only difference is that with the red numbers, the 300K up to the 800K, that one is separating the employees in tiers based on how much they make. So you have your tier ones, which is the lowest of which is the majority of the employees. We also have tier 2, 3, and 4. 4 normally is directors. Based on those tiers and the amounts that I was working on to increase the base amount for the employees, it determines the percentage. It's a mixture of a one-time flat amount and a percentage raise. So, hold on, let me just disconnected me.
We didn't need to use 6 passwords to get into a city computer. We could do this faster. We're supposed to say.
So the ones in red indicate a different amount. It's not across the board. It's based on the tier that the employee falls in. For example, what it showed is that anybody that's in tier 4, for example, the directors, it'll be a flat amount and then a 0.5% increase. And you got tier 3, which goes into, let me just get that for you. So that shows so for the lowest, the tier 1, they'll get about 2.5%. The tier number 2, right here, there you go. So we have about 275 active employees right now, active positions, 275. The rest are vacant. So these numbers were calculated based on the active employees that we currently have. Tier 1, we have about the majority, which is 123. They average from $40,000 and below. That's 123 employees. That's tier 1. Tier 2, it's 111 employees. Oh, my bad.
123 employees are tier 1?
Correct, tier 1. And they average about 35,000. These are tier 1 employees are anybody that makes under 40.
That's tier 1, right?
Correct. Tier 2 is for employees making 40,000 to 60,000, and that's 111 employees. Then you have tier 3 that make between 60 to 86. That's only 32 employees. And then tier 4 employees are 86,000 and above.
What's tier 3? I'm very slow.
Tier 3 is between
Tier 3?
32.
32, and those are
60 to 86,000, is that what you said? Tier 3?
For tier 3, it's from 60,000 to 86,000. And tier 4 is 86,000 and above. And those are 9 employees.
Essentially.
Mm-hmm. And
That's a number 1.
what's that?
Number 1, how many employees did you have?
I have 123.
123. Okay.
So in total is 275. So we have tier 1, 123, 111, 32, and 9. Based on these costs, if we decide to, let's say, the 600,000 base cost increase, that will cost the city about $902,000 extra. That will give the tier 1 2.5% increase, 1.5 for tier 2, 1% for tier 3, and 0.5% for tier 4. But the flat amount will be approximately estimated about $1,400 per. So it'll be a one-time $1,400 and then 2.5% also as well. That averages about $2,300 per employee in tier 1. And then you have your 2,200 average, and then you have your percentage raises for tier 4. Let's say you average from 2,300 average, and then to 1,700 average from the highest tier. So it just depends on what they make and what tier they fall that they'll get to treat them to have the equity between the treatment of employees instead of doing it all across the board and giving the high percentages to somebody that's going to get more money out of it. So we try to balance it by doing that calculation. Is actually you're treating everybody based on what they make, and you're not overpaying somebody that makes so much compared to somebody that makes so little. So it equalizes the amount. The cost to the city, if you look at the green spreadsheet that I put there, it depends on which tier you decide.
What's that?
Oh, okay.
Half a
So
million?
if we decide, let's say we decide to do the 600K, which is the middle ground base compared to the last time we got a raise like that. It costs 28,843,813. That's only 902,706 above to what we currently pay.
So in other words, John, if we put 600K in this budget for salaries, the cost to the city is going to be $902,000. That would be, that would be the raised salary plus the,
No, that's if you decide to increase at least the base at 600K for all the employees total, that average is separating it by tiers and treating them equally by giving a certain percentage based on how much you make. So obviously the higher you make, the less the percentage that you'll get as a.
600,000.
Yeah, so it's 900, the overall cost will be 902,706. And if you look at the columns where they have the light blue, it gives you kind of like an idea of what an average yearly increase you're giving to the employee. So the first, let's say we stick to the 600K, it's an average of 2,175. Again, some will have more, some will have less. It just depends on this is just an average. So if per paycheck, that averages out about $84 extra a check without. So that's just kind of like, what's that? Each pay period, correct? Which is about $1.05 more per hour. And these are averages. But I wanted to show these numbers to you guys because if I tell you, it's going to cost you $1 million, but you don't know the cost of the change, it actually doesn't affect to the employee themselves. So this is about an average about how much more an employee will, get per check per year and an average $1 per hour.
Sergio, so the $2 increase, that's across the board?
That's across the board, $2.
right.
If you go across the board,
Well, the problem's been in the past that we're trying to help tier 1 and tier 2 and part of tier 3. But then the directors end up getting these hefty bonuses. They're $10,000, $11,000, $12,000, and they got one last time. Not last budget, but the last time we raised it. So I do think it's $2 for tier 1, 2, and 3. That would be viable. But when we start getting into the weeds as far as, and I'm not trying to discriminate from directors or the other tiers, it does seem kind of unfair. These guys will get a $4,160 raise, but directors, they're going to get probably twice as much, right?
correct. And that is the reason that I did the estimate scenarios with the red. If you guys decide, you know what, we like we can do the 1.6 million, for example, but we don't want to do it across the board. We wanted to equalize.
Yeah,
I can
exactly.
grab that base difference that we normally, and I can plug it into my formulas. And instead of going across the board, we can still use the same amount of money that the city decides to give as an increase, and then I'll just spread it out and separate it by the tiers. So again, it'll give more to tier 1 and 2 than it will for the rest of the tiers, because it's actually being treated equally for that reason, to avoid that excess increase on certain employees that make more. Because the percentage that's given and the flat amount the one-time flat amount that's given to treat that base pay of the annual the pay will give you that balance. That way you're not, giving, let's say groundskeeper, you're giving them, let's say $2,500 a year, but then you're giving somebody $5,000 a year or $6,000 a year. This averages it out and spreads it evenly based on the studies.
And Sergio, just for the record, because I want it to be on record, that's exactly what we were trying to accomplish a few years ago, as you well know.
And that is the reason that
it was not
last
it
year I
was
worked.
taken as a joke, and and I went through it, and Mr. Bojorquez, we had to succumb to this. So thank you for putting it in writing, and so I just wanted it to be on record.
And so now I'm going to I'm going to differ with my colleague to my left. Okay, so we got that. Okay. So, like I said, on the left is our current range. The middle is the market. And the right is the recommendation from the consultant. There's a reason why we're having trouble hiring directors. Just look at the market. That's where you wish to go. I got no dog in this fight, okay? I'm not applying for a job. In fact, I wish I didn't have a job at all. That was the point of retirement, I think. But as the years pass, okay, this is what we're talking about here. Will do two things if you don't modify it occasionally. The first thing it will do, it will continue to cause the wage compression that everybody's been complaining about. Okay, anytime you go up here and you go up here just a little bit, everybody's wages are just going to end up like this. That's what we're trying to battle with this right now at tier 1 and tier 2. Okay, and plus, you know, if you look at the market, okay, I just picked the top 4 because they're by contract. They're not on a salary schedule. City attorney, 186, city manager, 201. Okay. Remember a conversation we had a few weeks ago about what we should advertise for a city manager? My recommendation was 175 to 200. That's because of this. Okay. Now, I'm not saying you won't get anybody. In fact, I got another guy called me this morning, wants to apply for city manager. And that's good. But I'm not as concerned about the city manager job as I am about police chief, fire chief, public works director, particularly your big 3, okay? The guys who operate the city, okay? Those are $200,000 jobs now. Okay? I'm not lying. They're $200,000 jobs. Now, I'm not saying with this budget we can afford to pay everybody $200,000, but we got to understand what the market is. Okay? And we're fortunate to have good people at this point, but some of those guys are getting a little bit like me, a little long in the tooth, and you're going to be looking. You're looking for a finance director. You're looking for an HR director now. You're looking for a city engineer now. Okay? I just think it's not a good idea to give anybody a 1.5% increase. Quite frankly, I'm at a loss for the word, but it's kind of offensive.
It's about
Okay,
extra $20
these
a
people
page.
are responsible, okay, especially the operating chiefs, okay, police, fire, and public works. These guys are the guys you depend on to get all of the work done. Okay? Yes, the support positions are damn important. Okay? A good finance director is worth your weight in gold. But these guys are out there every day, and, you got guys like Eric here who's just here, part-time, and he's already made so many changes over there that I am just totally thrilled to have him. And, but keeping good directors is also a very good thing for the city manager, because I probably deal on a daily basis with a lot more than I would need to if all those department heads were full. All those department positions were filled with a good director right now. Okay. And so, to give department heads 1.5%, I'm sorry, it's an insult. And I'm not even one of them, but I'm insulted.
We understand that, and I am agreeing with you, Steve. But my biggest concern right now is, because I've been working close with the police department, my biggest concern right now is we have 11 through 19 police officers that could retire, in theory, tomorrow if they so desire.
Regardless of their pay.
regardless of their pay.
Regardless.
So, but with that said, I want to keep them around. I want to keep them around for at least 2-3 years more.
I totally get where you're coming from, totally. Okay? But when we leave out their leaders,
No. That's
1.5%, you're leaving out the leaders.
Well, it's because I, the county has, they give a pay raise and then they include every year a 3% COLA increase. In the past, we just given I think the biggest one I've been part of is a 5% increase, but there's no COLA increase, so it doesn't really matter if we give them a 5 or 6 because COLA is so high. It washes out any type of a pay raise that we give our employees. Now, do I think that the $2 more is it high? Is it low? I personally think it's kind of low, but it will cost us 1.6 million. I don't want to shortchange our employees. I think our biggest investment should be in our employees.
Every single time.
We have a bunch of projects out there that cost a whole lot more. Are they necessary? Absolutely. But it always seems like we get at the end of the budgets every year. And it always seems like we seem to sacrifice our employees in all departments. And I advocated not last year, but 2 years ago for a 5% across the board. Did I take a hit? Yeah, but if it's going to cost 1.6 million at $2 across the board, why not make that investment, John? I mean, it's not, obviously it's not cheap, but we didn't give them a raise last year.
Well,
Has things gone?
you are preaching to the choir. You do know that, right?
Yeah,
Okay. I'm the one who put the dollar per hour.
absolutely, and I think that's a great
because
idea.
That way you don't get wage compression. That's, we talk about wage compression. You probably talked about it every single year. Okay. The only way to battle wage compression is to not let it happen. And if you give everybody $1 per hour or $2 per hour or $3 per hour, then the wages aren't compressing. Okay. Which is why those are in there to show you that. But I still, if you don't recognize, your top staff with anything other than a paltry insult, then you start to lose those too. Those are, if a department's running smoothly, it's because of the department head, you just don't notice it. And that's how it's supposed to work. That's the whole theory of organization, whether it's private or public sector.
Steve, I've got a question on the market data. Are you comparing like Nogales to like the city of Phoenix, the city of Tucson on these sellers? Are you comparing the wages for cities our size?
Actually, one of the cities in the study was Bisbee.
Bisbee?
Yeah. Yeah. The full binder of documents lists all the cities that were listed that they used for their market comps. And I can't remember them all. It stuck out to me that Bisbee was one of them because it didn't help you. Their wages are even lower. But it was a mixture of different municipalities in Arizona. Okay. So it didn't focus, it tried to balance out small, medium, and large.
I'd love to give the employees a 7-8% increase, but you have to look at the financial situation of our city. Not all the cities have, every city has a different crisis. We don't depend we only depend on retail tax. We don't collect any property tax. And it's kind of hard, we would love to give those big raises, but it's kind of hard due to our situation, Sure, you can buy the Mercedes-Benz, but can you afford the gas? It's one of those situations where we have to look at the community first, at the fixing our infrastructures. We're talking about raising water rates, And instead of that, trying to figure out that out, we're looking to raise salaries on employees. And we've gone through this every year, every single year, every time that we give employees a raise, we get concerns from the citizens. You're giving all these raises, but you're not fixing the infrastructure, and you want to increase our water rates. We're in the red with the water rates. So it's a difficult situation. I hope that we can work something out that's good for both sides, for the employees and for the city.
Okay, we're putting it all out there for you. Ultimately, it's your choice.
So the water
We're putting
fund,
it out for you.
most of the water rates, it only affects the
water department.
So that's, if it'll be some type of concern, at least that I would say is, it's just mostly, obviously, the water employees. If any type of race or anything, and then that will fall into my concern will just be, will we be getting enough revenues in water or sewer or sanitation? General fund it's good, but when those are the three, and it's only affecting those employees, it doesn't, the rates won't affect any general fund employees, unless it's that we're always constantly lending them the money. So that's something that, when I'm looking at these numbers, of course, I look at not just the general fund, but also the other funds that can be affected, because the revenues, anything that comes in for utilities, obviously it affects your three enterprise funds. So if they're not collecting, it's something that we, that at least I will say, those are the three funds that I would be maybe a little bit more concerned than any general fund employees.
Mayor, I think I got the impression of the vice mayor is that, we're talking about not.
Mike.
We're talking about not being offensive or insulting anyone, but and I thought he brought up a good point that we have to take our constituents or residents into play, because they're the ones at the end that are going to have to carry anything that we do that creates a bigger expense, whether it's to increase salaries and whatnot. If we had the money, it'd be great. But the thing is, like he says, we're going to have to raise the rates to cover a lot of the different costs. And right now, the way the city's gone, that the infrastructure, a lot of the streets are in pretty shoddy conditions. There's a lot of things that our residents have to complain about. And I think you're just trying to take into consideration of saying, let's try to work out something that won't create negativism from any area. And basically, you're the wizard. So I'm hoping you can come up with some magic and help us with it.
I've heard that same story over 1,000 times.
Well, now do your magic.
Okay, in a lot of different cities. And my only response is this: if you have good employees and you pay them fairly, the condition of your infrastructure is going to be better. And keep into account that those streets took a long time to get into the condition they're in today. Okay, it's years and years and years and years of neglect that does that. It isn't what we pay people.
Yeah.
But if we pay people fairly and we can hire good people, we're going to be able to fix those things and keep them maintained. And invariably, one follows the other. You can go either way. One follows the other. If you don't do it, your infrastructure deteriorates. If you do it, your infrastructure stays in place. It's not something you can quantify from year to year in a budget. It's over time. Okay? The city's what, 100 years old? Older? Okay? Every street that you can show me that's in bad, deteriorated condition probably hasn't been touched in 25 years.
Yeah.
Okay? That's what I'm talking about.
I want to add something. We're talking about raising the making a pay increase to employees. Well, it turns out now that, we're in deep trouble with the water. Water rates, increasing the water rates has nothing to do with paying our employees more. It is strictly an enterprise fund issue. It has nothing to do with if we're in the red with the water department or sanitation or sewer department. This is strictly separate. So to come back and say, well, I'd like to give more to the employees, but we're in the red with our water department. We all know it has nothing to do with that. Am I correct, Sergio?
Well, kind of like how I mentioned that the water rates only affects the water department. So if you increase sanitation's fees, then it affects sanitation employees. So they don't pay each other's salaries. They have their separate funds. Same goes with streets and HERF. They're a healthy department, so they can sustain the races.
And one more thing that I want to add, you are correct, Mr. Bojorquez, that we don't have we don't charge property taxes. However, I would say that Nogales is a unique city, and we have a booming economy in Nogales, Sonora that deposit their money here. So I would say that, yeah, you are right. We don't have property taxes, which is like $18 million that we don't see anything of it. But we do have a unique relationship with our neighboring country that they come and leave their dollars here. So I'm not saying that it makes up for property taxes, but we do have other unique ways of raising money or incoming money. So again, it gets down to the employees, and it seems like it's always at the last part of the budget. And it seems like in past years, we always tend to count their money. And we do give raises. However, I wonder, it's at the end of the day, what does it translate to? 35 cents more an hour, 40 cents an hour. You're talking, Mr. Parkin, about a slap in the face. We've been slapping the faces of our employees for the past maybe 10 years. We like to come back and say, well, we give them a 2% raise. I feel great. But really, what does that translate to? 35 cents, 30 cents an hour more on a good day? We need to make a bold decision today in really making that big investment in employees.
Yep.
Because, I even talked to you, Mr. Parkin, about, and I'm only talking, I'm sure other council members have talked to different directors and different departments. I really was more advocating, because I'm worried, as I said earlier, with the police department. And I was really advocating for them at least having a $4 increase. 6 would have been fine, but 4, as always, you want more is better. But what is realistic is because I am deeply worried of losing these people. I'm pretty sure the fire department is also in that same wagon. I don't know if any council member has talked to our chief, but I've spoken to a lot of police officers. I got numbers, and we always come back and say, well, what we pay our employees is, well, what are you basing on? On big cities? Who cares? It costs the same. It costs the same to fill up the tank of gas. It costs the same price of a pound per of potatoes or meat or whatever. It costs all the same. It doesn't matter if our city is smaller or bigger or whatever. That's irrelevant. We need to make an investment today with our employees. And that is it. We can't turn around and say, well, it's a smaller community. It's okay. We don't have to pay them all that much. Well, wait a minute. Who are we to be counting their money? And like you just said, we need to keep our good employees. Like I'll use the street department. I really like the work they do. I think they do a better job than most of these companies that we hire out. I want to keep them around. I want to also attract new employees to the city. But that's just me.
And I can tell you this as well. And no offense to the guys in the back row, but public works affects your life every single day. Okay? Hopefully you only have to see a police officer or a firefighter on your bad day. Okay? But public works is every day for you. And that's what makes them important.
Well, John, I think the $2, if that alleviates the compression,
Well, like I say, I think that's why I've always favored dollars per hour increases as opposed to percentages, because it doesn't compress.
On the 150 and the $2, so you're, just to be clear when I go home and think about this, so you're talking about if you go over to your right, Zed Hill with and Mr. Baca 150, it's 1.2 million, right?
That's correct.
For every single 275 employees.
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
And then the
And
two,
actually, that could actually be lowered if I'm not mistaken, since I did this across the board, that also included the vacant positions.
oh, okay, yeah.
So,
And it's,
Which is-
and
which
since
is-
it's across the board, it's all funds, not just the general. In the general fund, it will be lower.
yeah, so.
Yeah, true. Okay, and the same with a $2.
So it'd be,
same with a dollar.
yeah, for $1.50, it would be $1.2 million, and for $2 an hour, it would be $1.6 million.
And that's all, every fund, including every fund.
Yeah, it's all funds.
Okay, that's good to know. Well, it's at the last two, 1 point.
Yeah,
the $1.50
on the
is
bottom of
1.2.
this chart.
These two right here.
Sergio, when are we getting our audit? By
According to
the
them,
end
it's
of the 30th?
get it by the end of this month.
Now, until we settle this and the water rates, we're not getting an audit, period.
Oh, what's the question, Mr.?
When we getting our audit?
Oh, that was on my.
We got to solve the water problems and let them know what they're going to be before they finish the audit.
They're not comfortable releasing the audit because they see it at, the city of Nogales is a high risk. Not having the directors and us.
So do we want to shift over and talk about water now? Or do you want to give us a recommendation?
Well, I would recommend personally the $2. If it's gonna, it's not what most of them, well, of course, more employees better pay, but
Like the water fund, it takes more than 1 year. to
yes,
fix.
yeah, exactly. And so, you know, we need to take account, these are, yeah, $2, but what's the cost of living? What's going to be the cost of living for next year? Are these $2 going to be enough? I bet you it isn't. But however, we're trying to put a Band-Aid on this and we're trying to retain our employees. I would say that $2 right now is okay. I wouldn't go about it and having a 3% COLA increase too, but that's just me.
I mean, it will help these guys to hire.
Absolutely.
Higher quality of talent too,
Absolutely.
because people will apply if it's $2 an hour more.
Yeah.
Well,
Don't you agree, chief?
do we look at, you
Other
know,
chief?
Mr. Polkin,
Yes.
do we look at, certain departments are, you could say, fluctuate on being, you could say, less paid than others in the sense of, of comparison to what you have here. Should we also look at, those departments that are in a bigger, lower scale than what the proposed average salary is?
I understand your question, sir. I understand it completely. My response to you is, if they're of a lower skill, why do we employ them? Why do we have those jobs? Why do they do what they do?
I'm not saying lower scaled,
Scale, like lower pay.
lower paid.
In other words, give some people $1.50 instead of $2? Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm comfortable with it too, but there's some departments that are, that are even less paid than our average.
I get it.
Not-
Okay, I get it.
They have a bigger percentage below
Right.
the average. How do you work that?
I don't think you do it without any pushback at all. I think you treat everyone, I think you treat everyone the same. And I know not everybody likes to hear that. But I think, one of the foundations upon which this country was built was equality. And so, you know, the jobs we have here serve a public purpose, no matter what they are. And they all provide us with a public service. And I mean, it's up to us to make sure that public service is good and equitable and high quality. So I don't know that I would treat anyone differently.
We don't have anyone, Sergio, pay in the pay rate lower than 43. Am I correct?
Range 43, which is about 32,000 something, yeah.
So that's the lowest.
What we can do though, it's something, it's a suggestion, is that, you know, you can say, well, we can recommend $2 an hour, but also look at the individual employee and look at the range, because we have some employees that are actually get paid outside of the actual range. So they're at 43, let's say the max is 40. I don't recall the exact number, but let's say the range 43, the max is 44,000. If they're already over that, you can decide that, you know what, anybody that's over the max already on that range, then they can either get less or they get nothing. They're counted. There's, you know, they're not, we don't have many, but we do have some employees that are closer to the max. The majority, I don't have an exact number, but the majority are below the middle, the middle of the old range. This is not including the ranges that Mr. Pocken just passed to you guys. Because we're not even, I haven't even looked at those numbers. I don't even know how the comp study compares to what we're currently getting paid.
So now the $2 an hour will ensure that everyone will be above whatever the state minimum wage is now. Okay. I think we've ensured, I think right now, everyone is at or above the state minimum.
Correct.
And so, and I think the ranges, the salary recommendation that I handed out to you, I mean, this discussion's kind of making that thing moot for the moment, but I think you have to come back and adopt a new wage scale. You can go back to the vendor and ask them to finish it up, or you can just adopt it, or you can adopt something else. You can start over.
I have
We
a
need to
question.
have something.
So, Sergio, I have a question. Do we still, so one of the issues that our former city manager had, and I was present, and so was Councilwoman Montiel there, we do have about the 1%, remember? The 1%? You remember that? We had done the budget, and our former city manager came back, he didn't know it was a 1%
Yeah, so we removed,
increase automatic. You removed that?
yeah, that
Okay.
was removed last fiscal year.
Last fiscal year?
Yeah, so this fiscal year didn't go into effect to anybody. It was removed and not even, so that's not happening anymore. So nobody's getting that 1% or anything like that. It was
Yeah,
not-
topped off at 10 years, right?
It was supposed to top up to whoever has 10 years, but that only brings them to the middle of the range between the minimum and the midpoint. So it's in the middle between that would just bring them to that amount. So it's not really bringing them to the midpoint. My understanding was that the goal was from the old comp study that we were trying to get everybody close to the median, but we're not. We're actually, it was capped in between the minimum and the median.
So Sergio, if we give them the $2 raise, that would be like a $4,160 increase
Average.
average.
Out of the,
4,160, right?
$2, you know, for the annual salary would increase like $4,160 per employee. Like if you're making
Right.
32,000, you'll be making 36,000
Right,
with the $2.
with the $2, right?
Can we vote?
Well, no, we can't vote. But if we hear your direction correctly,
then I'll plug in the number.
Oh, okay.
he's going to plug that in, and then you're going to get to discuss it again.
And the tentative, then you'll see the full amount
Yeah.
of everything.
In fact, once he gets that all plugged in, he's just going to send it out to you, because we've got this, what day did we schedule for the
For Wednesday of next week,
Wednesday of next week?
it's a tentative. Yes.
Yeah, to discuss the tentative budget. Yeah,
The 20th, yeah. 20.
So right now we can let you know what we want?
You already have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Active, at least, I had 275 active.
What date did you say, the 10th?
For the tentative budget, 20th of May.
Oh, okay, no one.
I kind of thought you might be on the wrong page.
Yeah, I am. Getting tired.
What time would you like to meet?
I think Miguel has said 10, but we can always change it.
Yeah. Miguel is penciled in 10 o'clock, but we can do it
10?
anytime you want.
10, it's okay.
That's me yet.
Miguel,
Miguel, you look different this afternoon. So let's,
So it'll be at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock next Wednesday, yeah. the
How many hours do you think are going to be involved?
For the tentative, it's all up to you, sir.
Well, okay, Mayor.
You beat this thing to
I
death.
can be here 2 hours and I got to go to Yuma after that.
Oh,
Make
okay.
it 9.
Thank you.
Oh, no, 9, yeah, 10.
10 o'clock.
yeah, that's
Oh.
the interviews.
Yeah, the 19th, we've got the city manager
The
interviews.
20th.
Wednesday.
The next day, yeah.
And normally tentative is just having the more complete book with the graphs and everything and the final numbers so you guys can look at. Because normally, once we have that, once it gets approved, the bottom line number doesn't change. But even if you make any changes, let's say within the general fund, an example, it doesn't really change the bottom line because if you increase a certain department, you're like, you know what? I think we want to give this department a little bit more money. It just comes out of the reserve. So it doesn't really change the bottom line number.
Can't change
Or
it.
if you remove
can
it,
just
it goes
change it.
into the reserve. So
You have to take it away from someplace else.
So we're going to be here the 19th and the
That's
20th.
That's correct.
Okay.
No, wait.
Yeah?
Can you repeat all the scheduling? The 19 is for the manager interview
Yeah,
For the
at
manager
noon.
interviews
at 12.
at 12.
The 20th is a 10 budget
Uh-huh.
at 10.
At 10.
Okay.
and if no changes are made for the tentative budget, that normally kind of becomes the final budget.
Okay.
But you will consider the final budget then at your next regular council meeting, June 3rd? Is that
I
right?
think we still got to have the 2 weeks to advertise the tentative. So it might be a week after
Oh, okay.
the normal.
Do we have time so far for the 2 weeks?
Yeah, but not for the council, the regular council meeting in June. It will have to be the following week, just to pass the final budget.
You know, the 10th, right? Mayor? Yeah, to the 10th, the June, I mean.
Or you change it in June, then it'll be enough
You
time.
might want to check to see if that's okay with legal.
Yeah, it's okay.
With who?
You're winking at me, Mayor, which means you haven't checked with legal.
Legal has always told me no, and we always done it.
Okay. Okay, you just did
So
that on the
If
record,
it's the
sir.
10th, then it should be in
Legal has always said no, and we've always done it because it all depends on
That was,
who can be present.
You are violating your charter,
No,
sir.
I'm not.
Okay, we got one more thing to do. We have to talk about water rates. Okay, let me just,
We just talked about money for the raise, but now you want to raise the water rate. We have to.
well, okay, so I don't want to repeat yesterday's discussion. I think you all know where we are, okay? So here's the bottom line. In order to make up the difference of the $1.2 million that we're short, literally dollar short, and this money's not on paper, it's real dollars. We have to raise the rates effective as soon as possible, because it's a process. 25% immediately.
Negative.
25% immediately. Okay, now,
What amount for $1 million and what?
$1.2 million.
actually almost $1.3 million for this.
Okay.
Balance.
Okay, so,
Why can't we?
okay, hold on, you gotta listen, okay? You gotta listen to the explanation so you understand it, okay? Here's the deal. The 25% is gonna increase your water rate from 2
So right now, the base rate for water is,
Well, no, just tell them the answer.
okay. So- Yeah, I thought you had the number. Here.
It's about in other words, $4 a month. Round, yes. Okay, right now your base rate is $10.83 or something like that per month.
Yeah, 1056 is the base rate for water. Increasing at 25% takes it from 1056 to 1320,
Thank you. Okay, so 10.15,
which is approximately $2.64.
okay, now, that doesn't solve your problem completely. Okay? We had two items that we couldn't put in the water fund because we didn't have the money. So what we're also recommending is that the $300,000 that goes to
General fund allocation.
general fund allocation be dropped. That will free up $300,000 to hire an engineer to engineer the design to solve the problem on the water tank where the ground is sloughing off. Okay? We hope for $300,000 we can fix that problem. There was one other item, Eric, that we wanted to put in there with that $300,000.
The arsenic
The
media
arsenic.
that we have 3 wells that have arsenic issues. One we've addressed with $70,000 this year.
Right.
Next year we have 2 of them to address, and they're $140,000 each. So the plan is, if council directs this, then we
Right.
would use that additional funding for arsenic mediation in all 3 wells and the slope stability design.
Right. Okay, and that's not all. Okay, this is a long-term fix. Now, we also have to show the auditor and show funding agencies that when we borrow this $1.2 million, that we're going to have a future plan to pay it back. Okay? That means you're not done raising the water rates. That's just year 1. Okay? In year 2, Sergio's going to come to you because I'm not going to be there. And he's going to show you how you're going to pay it back, because it's going to be just like a bank loan. No, they won't fund you.
So why can't we,
Okay, but there's no buts. This is absolute,
why
folks.
can't we just borrow it from the reserve and pay back the reserve?
That's what I'm talking about doing, but we still have to pay
Million.
them back. Okay? We're not allowed to take the money, we're allowed to borrow the money. And we also have to have a plan to pay it back, or you won't get you're gonna get a big nick on your audit because they won't finish it. And if you don't get a good audit, you're not gonna be able to borrow money to do the infrastructure projects that have to be done over the next 10 years. I'm sorry, folks, we're between a literal rock and a hard place. You have no options left.
There are.
We can talk about water rights, but not until you hire a water lawyer, because I don't think you can do what you think you can do.
Why not? It's already been,
Are you talking about selling wastewater, or are you talking about, do you actually
the
possess water rights?
wastewater.
That's not a water right.
Those that have already been approved by, the ex-commissioner, that we have those rights that we could sell.
But that hasn't
that's
been
not
placed,
what-
that has not brought before council, Mayor.
Okay.
I know.
And so we need a quick fix. We need to fix it today. The
don't.
water rights and all
today.
that, you already got the response from.
You don't have a
from-
choice. I'm telling you, you're out of options. And selling
Well, our
water,
first choice is
Well,
borrow.
my
and then
choice would be borrow from the
borrow
reserve, and
That's what we're doing, Councilman. That's what we're getting
what do you
from
think an
there.
acre foot of water is worth?
but we won't pay it back from.
You know what an acre foot of water is worth?
Find another way of paying it back.
Tell me.
It's worth about $1,000.
Yeah, based on the research, it's
Okay, how many gallons are in an acre foot? You know the answer. 326,000 gallons.
And we have 5.5 billion.
5.5 billion what? Gallons?
But that's not ours. That's not ours. The 5.5 million did not belong to the city of Nogales, and you know that, Mayor. So come back and saying, giving those numbers at 5.5
when-
billion belongs to the city, that's
You
not
need a
true.
water lawyer and you need to figure that out. And I'm going to tell you, because I was in the business of selling water, okay, $1,000 an acre foot, okay? That comes out to a lot less than you think. And it's not going to solve your $1.2 million problem. Now, I'm not done yet, okay? So after you've considered increasing your water rates in year 2 to start paying back your debt, now you still have to deal with your regular budget. You still have to deal with whatever happens with cost increase for the water fund and wage increases for the water fund that year on top of it. Okay? Now, I'm not going to tell you that you have the lowest water rate in the state. You already know that. Okay? Believe me, folks, you're not special. Okay? You're special because water costs nothing here. Okay? I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm just telling you it is a fact that you are broke and you've got to dig yourself out. And if you follow those steps, and I'll be calling him next year to see if you do it. Just joking.
Hey, Steve, what about the surplus that we get from the sewer and the trash?
You don't have a surplus in trash either.
We don't have it.
You're about to go down the same road in sanitation.
It's gonna happen. The same thing's gonna happen if we don't.
It's going to happen.
So we're going to raise those too?
I'm trying to be as easy on you as I can this year. And I think maybe you can hold out another year on sanitation and wastewater, but you're going to have to increase those rates too. Now, hopefully you can raise those rates too without getting down to ground zero where you are with water.
Go ahead.
Microphone.
Why do you have such a large problem with the water? Yeah, why is there such a problem with our water rates? And
Well, the
maybe you
easy
could
answer
answer
is
that.
you haven't increased the rates in 10 years. Okay? That's your biggest problem. Okay? And I think I think the mayor says it pretty often. You've got an old bundle of pipes that you're using and your treatment system is old. And even though we've got a lot of projects in the pipeline for infrastructure upgrades and repairs, they're significant. And a day doesn't go by that water doesn't go out and fix a broken pipe somewhere, sometimes more than once. You got a very old system that needs a lot of repair. Okay. Now, going forward, you'll have options on how to make those repairs, but in the next 10 years, you cannot miss increasing your water rates a single year. It's going to take you 10 years to dig out. Okay. So, and hopefully while you're doing that, we're also able to show, because we not only got to show our auditors and WIFA and any other funding agency that we are financially capable enough of taking care of our bills. But if you have a bond rating, that bond rating is now at risk.
that's why I brought up WIFA earlier. Obviously, we have to take care of WIFA correctly and
Yeah.
responsibly, if you will. So,
Grants are always better. Grants are always better.
yeah. So what you're saying is that there's an urgency to increase it at least. Earlier before you came, there was this talk about increasing it 150%. If I was at 150%, now
113, I think it was.
113 was it 113? So
Who made that recommendation? Do you know? Who made the recommendation? 113%?
Oh, Vasquez.
Vasquez, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so now you're saying that at least we should look at 25% for now
Mm-hmm.
to address that
Mm-hmm.
issue that we have. And I ask again, why do we have the same problem? Because number one, we say that we don't none of the administrations prior to Mr. Lebanon have raised or kept up with the water rate. It's not just now, the last few years, we haven't done it in years and years and
Yeah.
years.
Yeah,
So now we have this issue right now that we have to
sure,
clear up.
sure. There's a variety of reasons, but number one is not having increased the rate in 10 years.
So if we-
And I'm only saying 10 years is because that's what I was told. 2016 was the last time, I think.
So give me, John, Steve, back in 2016, had it been raised to 1.8% up to 10 years, we probably could have had a nice cushion, right? Of maybe a 3.3 million.
Yeah, and that, Salo, that's the beauty of incremental increases.
Yeah, no one would,
time.
we would have not been in this situation if back then 1.8 would have been implemented for 10 years or 12 years.
Yeah.
We would have been able to balance our budget. My biggest concern is why do we have to keep not taking care of issues or problems? And we say, well, the next administration is going to fix it. We can fix it today. We can start fixing it today. Like you just said, it's going to take maybe a few years to get out of the hole. But, we can start fixing it today. It's something that it's going to continue, and probably none of us are going to be here. But I don't believe in inheriting the next administration with a time bomb. This is an issue that we can handle. We've gone through the numbers not once, not twice, three. I think we've been through this many times, and we need to fix it. And I am comfortable, Steve, at 25%. To start fixing this problem. Any other way, we need to make a decision at 25%. It's $4. What'd you say, Sergio? It's a $4 difference?
Okay, we're going to be meeting
Supuestamente
with
se hace
Michael Vasquez pretty quick.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, in fact, he was calling Serge this morning. And don't forget what we told you yesterday, he's going to want to meet with all of you as well. But in order to put any price adjustment in motion, you have to go through a procedure. It takes a month or two to do that. I'm unfamiliar with the process, but that's for Joe Estes to help you with. We can start the process. It's going to be a while before you can make any decisions at all. And of course, you'll be adopting your budget next month.
And I think if you can clarify for Councilman Bojorquez, what is the 1.2 million that we're taking from our reserves? And that's only to cover what they're in the red, right? We're actually at 1.3, right?
To balance them, right?
Yes.
Yes, Hector, if you go to no, that's what I just explained. If you go to the water fund,
Page 51.
51, thank you, go to page 51.
50 is where the expenditures start.
Okay, well, I want revenues too.
49.
49, page 49. Okay, now, keep your finger on page 49. And then go to page 52. But don't flip over. Okay, so at the bottom of page 49, you see the water fund revenue total of $3.1 million. Okay, so, and now flip down to the bottom line on expenditures is 4.3, almost 4.4 million. That's a $1.2 million gap.
We're taking away the carry forward of 900.
There's no carry forward.
There's no carry forward.
It's the deficit.
If you look at the carry forward, it says,
980, 923 and 7. 9,000.
no,
So, no, so based on this carry forward, it was based on the calculations done in the previous years, the way they were calculating, but they weren't looking into the actual fund balances for these. So based on that, it's like they really didn't have that.
based on a conversation with the city's auditor last week, our fund balance in water is zero. That's the number you're going to get when you get your audit. So it's a real
It's
easy
negative
equation.
1.2 million.
You take the 3.1 and subtract the 4.3 and you end up with 1.2. Negative.
1.247.
That's the urgency. We can't operate that fund with $1 million deficit.
What happens if nothing is done in terms of deciding the 25%?
So you would have an unbalanced budget, especially for this fund, because this is the only fund that I could not balance. So you can either have to get rid of a lot of expenditures, and this fund doesn't have that many. That doesn't. You have about almost $1 million just in paying bonds, and then about the same, approximately about. Actually, it's about 1.3 million in bonds and the WIFA loan that we pay. And then the rest would just be personnel. They would have to start looking into getting rid of personnel.
We can't operate the plant. We don't make our bond payments. We're in deep trouble.
Because if you look at every other different line item, that's where you're going to have to determine, well, where can we cut? You can't cut in the debt financing because we have to pay back the debt. Then you start, well, let's remove. We can start snipping the line items, the training, the other professional services, but then you're removing the operational budget for the department to function correctly. And it's costlier now because of all the years since the last increase of the rate. Then everything costs more to maintain it. The water lines, any type of emergency, God knows what can happen if there's some burst of lines that they would have to get some money out of the general fund just to correct it and fix it, because currently right now they have no money.
You want to say something?
So Steve,
Do you mind if Eric?
Go ahead, Eric.
comment?
so is part of this problem the billing process that we have? Because I know that for as long as I've been here, the people have been complaining about the billing. As a matter of fact, I just got a text from a constituent saying, what the heck's going on with the city? I paid, they were charging me $67 a month for a water line that I have in my house. And they told me it was a water leak, and I fixed it and everything. And now I get my next month bill is $109, I think it was. He said it went from high to, it went higher than the before he got the fix on the lines. So is that going to take care of this problem?
No, it's not going to take care of it, but it is part of it. Okay, so.
And on top of this, we're going to give them a 25% increase.
So when it comes to situations where there's issues with the water lines, if it's on our side, it doesn't come on a meter, we tend to fix it. If it's on the side of the customer, obviously if they're having leaks, that means that the meter keeps running. So, but that's an issue that they have to, the customer is responsible for any leaks from the meter to their house. If that's an issue that the billing went up is because of the leak, then it happens. Like when we have frozen pipes, I tend to have to pay the bill and my water bill goes up because of the consumption that happened of the leak. I already spoke to the revenue manager. I was actually talking to them this morning because I know Ms. Montiel was also asking if, about the issues with the billing. Billing wise, if anybody now is giving you calls, it will probably be because we're billing them for their past due amounts. As I explained yesterday, we're up to date on posting all the payments. So if it shows a higher amount, it's a usage amount now, or because they haven't been paying the months behind now. We're actually up to date on billing.
The issue, Sergio, is you're billing for supposedly past due amounts, but there's no proof to them that, you're billing for, I'm going to just give you an example. You're billing for February or January of 26 with them having any proof of what you're billing.
Okay.
You're just saying it's because you should have paid 300 instead of 200 in February, or you should have paid 100 instead of $50 in January. And they just say, but I paid my bill.
So,
And
because I
and
talked
there's
to
no,
someone.
nobody's giving them actual readings or anything. And this is the reason, this is the change, this is the difference that we had back then. Nobody's giving any reasoning. You're just saying, oh, you should have paid 300 in February instead of 200. But they paid their bill.
Yeah, and then let me, so one of the things is that the billing does have the reading on the bill itself. So if a customer is saying that, then they're lying because it's actually printed on their.
They paid their bill.
No, so if they pay their bill,
If you go to anywhere and they tell you it's $50 for the gallon of milk, you're gonna pay $50. They can't come back and you say, no, it should have been $80. You're gonna pay what you get billed,
okay, let me explain.
and that's what they're doing.
The issue that was happening, like I explained yesterday, is that the payments were being posted daily. When the last management that was there, when Gene left, we had nobody there. So there was a couple of months behind that the daily deposits, the daily payments were being posted. Invoices were coming out and it was still showing that balance because when you don't post a payment, it doesn't show, it'll show pending. They would call us and be like, what's going on? Because I wasn't aware of what was going on in that part of the department. When I was there, then I started seeing what was the issue. It was because the payments showed and didn't reflect in the billing. So that's why the complaints were, the majority of the complaints were because we were like, hey, why am I already made this payment? And they would come and I spoke to some of them and they were right. Our system showed that the payment was showing as pending, but it wasn't reflected on the bill. Now, and anybody that's getting a bill, it is reflecting the payments. So if they're showing a balance, it's actually, that is the reason we were not cutting water lines. We weren't terminating people's contracts or anything because we didn't know which was an internal issue or actually a customer not paying their bill. Now we're up to that date that any money that comes in today gets paid today. It gets posted today. So now we're caught up. I understand because that did happen, but I understood what really happened. I mean, my department, the accounting area, is so different than what it is in the revenue area. It's apples to apples. You're talking more about business than more background. And so I wasn't aware of that until I started looking at the whole issue. Right now, Francisco and Itzel and that group is working hard and they're catching up and we're implementing different things to get rid of those issues. So now actually the problems that we have with people receiving a bill with more amounts, it's either because their consumption is higher, their meter reading actually is not being adjusted like past management. So we're correcting that. So if they start getting bigger bills, it's because they were not being billed for the actual usage. And then you have people taking their meters, taking them and not being able to charge them because we couldn't find the meters for the ones that had in the fire hydrant. So now we're doing everything to try to collect as much money. But so that could be an issue. Why also we're not collecting as much money, but we're on top of it now. We're not at 100%, but I mean, of years of wrongdoings doesn't mean that we will be able to fix it. But we're catching up and we're trying to fix that and hopefully we.
Okay.
Those types of issues, it
So
can
in
be
this,
more like
in this case, the gentleman says that he had a plumber go in there and check his water lines and there was no leaks and all. If it's a meter issue, does the city take care of that?
Yes.
And will they,
now, so we normally, we do service
fix
orders
this,
because before there was people going, doing changes, fixing stuff, but there was no backup. We couldn't find notes on the accounts, couldn't find, service orders. So now we implemented a totally different system. I was like, nobody goes to go inspect the property if we don't have a service order. That way the system, if you look into that account, we have a tracking of everything that happened. So-and-so called, so-and-so left it, so-and-so paid it, they're complaining. We sent somebody to go inspect it. And if there's an issue with the meter, then we replace the meter and we track it and we note it now. So we're trying to follow through because that was also part of the audit. That would be something that the auditors really digged into this year because of the issues that we've had. And so we know the situation, we know the problem, and we're trying our best to try to fix those issues.
Sergio,
it was a malfunction of the meter, do we still charge the the customer?
We can always, we work with the customers, and if it's something that we can work with them and we can help, we can adjust, we do that as well. Or we also give them payment plans. We offer payment plans because now we're collecting more money of the customers that still owe money from months. So now that we know which ones are actually not internal issues, that we have people that haven't paid for 3-4 months, we're calling them. They're actually coming in, making contracts. Okay, well, I'll pay my current amount and a certain amount extra each just to be able to catch up. So we work with them. We give them payment plans. We don't, if they by any chance can't make the payment right away, we always give them up to a year if they want to break it down. Depends on the amount that they owe, just to make it easier for the customers.
And in direct answer to your question, yes, there is a delinquent figure in the water, sewer, and sanitation funds. But we do have a person working there now that is just doing collections work. So we expect that. We did an aging this morning. What was the delinquency in the water? $686,000. Okay, so we're in the process of collecting that money right now with a person who just makes collection calls all day long.
And that's just water. Sewer is 903,486.
Sergio, is it fair to say that we're charging businesses and residents now? We're charging for years of not paying water connections, and are we charging these people? If you find people and businesses out there that haven't been paying the city of Nogales for water and sewer, whatever have you, are you going back and charging these people years back?
For
Are you fine?
previous ones, I don't know how to track it. I wouldn't know
So
if they
they
paid or
just-
not.
so they-
would have to look
so
into
there
it
were-
individually, maybe
Yeah.
even audit individual, like internal audit, just to check all the new businesses. But again, how much are you willing to go back and say, well, we need to start billing these people? So at least from right now to forward, we are now cutting services that people haven't been paying. And then if they want to get the service again, then
So if
there's
you
the
know of a-
reconnection fees, extra.
Yeah. So, for example, if you know of a business, for example, if I have a business and I haven't been paying water because the city hasn't charged me for years and years and years and years, so I'm not going to get billed.
Okay, on the
Right.
Wildcat
You know,
accounts,
you'll get from the previous reading to the current reading, they'll bill you for everything.
But if I haven't
using
been
it, 'cause
charged,
we've had a
but
couple
let me
accounts
finish.
that-
But if we haven't been charged for years and years and years, and the city found out that that was the case, are you going back and charging them
For the usage,
for
of
the
course.
usage for years past prior that they haven't paid? So the last thing, because it's getting late, I'm going to talk a little bit about the elephant in the room, and that is that because the lack of vision, if you will, we haven't increased our rates for years and years and years, and now we're in this situation. So now we have the residents have to pay for it. I mean, that's how I put it, not putting words in your mouth. So because the lack of vision and the lack of taking action and having a plan in place to keep up with all of this, now our residents have to pay for it. So we're going to have to increase what you're recommending is, just a minute, to increase the rates, the water rates, at least 25% this year.
Yes, and that number we determined it was for the 25% to cover that, to make up, to actually
For
be
now,
able to recover that 1.3.
But next year would have to be another 25%. I mean, it would have to be, or could you?
next year, it's going to be whatever is calculated to be necessary.
We don't know then.
25 is just.
There's
to
no way we
be
can
able to
tell, no
protect.
way we can tell until we get to about this point next year.
Sergio, is this 1.2, is that going to increase? This is up to May of this year, right? Is it going to increase? in
Yes,
the next
as
couple-
of, yeah. If we end up using more of well, actually, it doesn't really affect it because we're starting at $0 carry forward, so.
Right.
But it might increase the deficit if we go under. I feel like based on the numbers that I ran, that we're showing it to date as 3.2 million in revenues. And expenditures were at 2.9, so we're actually now above revenues and expenditures. So, based on the monthly reports that I've been giving you guys, the last one, that we're still in the red, I think, if I don't recall, it was maybe $43,000. But that was based on the previous month. So now, once we're including more revenues, it might change it. But the more we go in the red, you know, like I checked sewer for the last 6 years. 5 of the last 6 years, we spent more at the end of more than what came in. And the same is happening with sanitation and water. Obviously, every year has been like that. So we need to
believe
look
me,
at
we
what
can't-
Mr. Pocken explained. We need to budget based on the expected revenues and not depend too much on the carry forward or whatever that savings amount. That way we can have the savings amount there and not depend on it to balance the budget.
And we're not overstating the problem here, not a bit.
So I can see the water and the sewer problem, but sanitation, why would that be in the red? What would be the problem there?
Again, for the expenditures being more than the revenues. Mhm. So there was a couple of years ago, I mean, I wasn't, I was more in the background, but I would see how a lot of capital gets approved, so this time we're trying, when Mr. Pocken and also the previous administration, also we decided to kind of decrease to not have the big hit and over expense money that's not really coming in. So, and hopefully in the future, we can start considering not focusing too much on the carry forward, is focusing how much revenues we're going to expect to get next year. And that's a different way with talking with Mr. Pocken and working on this budget this year is something that for next fiscal year, before even every department is, starts working on their numbers, we need to look to see especially those enterprise funds there, to give them you're limited to this amount because that's the expected revenue, to not let them over budget.
I think Eric came to the table to contribute something.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you for letting me speak. Eric Stewart from Public Works. Everything you're saying, I understand. I wanted to make sure that everyone understood that the proposed budget for the water department, there's no capital. We've stripped all capital. And so the 25% you're recommending, Mr. Pocken, is to cover operations and maintenance of the system, not any of these shovel-ready projects that WIFA helped fund the design for, not the valve replacement program like I mentioned yesterday. And so zero capital in this. And so I can't speak to Michael Vasquez and what he mentioned, but he may have been saying, if you want to do these projects for capital over the next X amount of years, you might have to increase it more than, I think he gave you a larger number than 25.
Yeah, no doubt.
But so that's why we're working on a water and wastewater
We are stopping the
master
bleeding.
plan.
Thanks, Eric.
Go ahead. Go.
Yeah, we're talking about stopping the bleeding, but yet we have a lot of positions that aren't needed that were created in the last couple of years, and a lot. I know personally, I've checked on some of those positions. They're not really. They can be covered by other employees in the same department, and without putting any stress or anything on anyone. So we've been trying to get forensic audit for years now, and we keep. I think I'll say now we keep getting lied to about why not, and there's too many things going on
You turn off the mic.
overall. There's too many things going on overall, and when we can't trust the people that we have in place, it gives us a problem when you bring these issues. Like I hear you say, I went over the numbers, and yet I see very simple math on your charts here that don't add up. So who's doing the addition, or who's doing the numbers? I mean, if you fail on simple adding problems, how can we depend that your numbers are correct, even though you went through them? This is just, you can address that right now. I'm just talking right now overall. But we have to make some hard choices here that affect our residents. The things about things going up in prices aren't just here in the city. It's our residents also that have to pay higher gas prices, higher groceries, higher tariffs, higher everything. And you know, how are they going to take it? We're giving raises, and now you're going to raise their rates, and yet, you know, the state of the city is a mess. You know, so you know, it doesn't look at the situation we're in. We're elected officials. We're the voice for the people. We have to represent them. We have to speak for them, and yet we have to make sure the city is maintained. And yet it hasn't been. And there's still a lot of things going on. I even heard that they returned or that there's a big orders that come in. I've been against recently this thing about you guys having the right to spend over $100,000 without council approval. And one of your former public works director ordered a bunch of material that I guess he was going to use personally somewhere because apparently nobody in the city knows what it was for. You know, these are the things that we need to be on top and make sure that they're not happening. And so that's my concern. We have to take care of the interests of our citizens and somehow make that magic work where we can still maintain the city going forward. And it's not easy, but yet, you know, I'm seeing here today, we just went in the direction instead of freezing, right now, the payroll or raises. No, we're going up, and now we're going to increase rates on our citizens that are upset because they see the way the city is. They see the faulty, you know, streets that they have and everything else, and not enough lighting. And we keep making promises here, but where are the results?
Okay, John, I'm going to say this for the second time today. I've heard that speech over 1,000 times in my career. Now, wait a minute. I listened to you. Hold on. Okay, so what you're saying here is that it's okay not to give people raises and it's okay not to increase rates until the water system shuts down. And then you end up like Flint, Michigan. No, I didn't miss a damn thing. I didn't miss the audit. The audit is a mess because of this. Okay? And your forensic audit isn't going to shed any new light on a situation. We know we've got a handle on it. Fixing things is a pain. Fixing things is hard. Kicking the can down the road is easy from year to year. And that's exactly what has been happening in the water fund. You've been kicking the can. And John, I know you've been an elected official for part of it. So you're part of the problem. You're not part of the solution. You can sit here and pontificate over this stuff until the cows come home, but you're not solving any problems. What we're proposing here solves the problem. It takes 10 years to solve the problem that took 10 years to get here. And so I'm sitting here with no dog in this fight at all, but I'll be damned if I'm going to sit here and let your water system go to hell and not do a thing about it. And you know, John, you're doing your citizens a disservice by opposing this stuff. Go ahead, vote against it. I don't care. But when the system fails, the people who voted no are the responsible parties.
Okay.
Amen.
All right, so now going back to Mr. Finance office, why can't we figure things out to the dollar where they're so simple? Right here on the payroll schedules. Sorry, Sergio. Going back to the payroll schedules, why can't they, whoever's on your staff can't add up the numbers and put them correctly, you know? Why do we always get $1 short or $1 more when they're really simple math?
Okay, when we're working with spreadsheets in Excel, the decimals sometimes are behind the scenes and we can't see it, and it'll round off different numbers with the additional. So I just try to plug in the numbers as much as possible, but the rounding throws off some.
Even in your head, you can figure out 300 plus 23 plus 2 is 325 plus 195 makes it, you know, already the 520, and then you add 18,000 to it. But instead, you come out with 18,519, and the last number is 111,114 when it should be 111,120. All I'm saying is, you know, that's simple numbers. Just put it right.
Yes.
I mean,
and again, this is a rough draft.
you can do the decimal and everything, but you can still run your eyes on it. It's the same thing. That's why I'm asking. are the numbers that you're running are also based on maybe some mistake that you didn't check the results. Because in math, you always have to check. You have to make, you get the numbers and then you go over them and make sure, we're using a different approach instead of a computer or something, or a calculator.
And where are we?
But anyway,
Where are we going with this?
well, again, we have to rely on numbers that you guys are giving us. And then I'm seeing that we're not even getting correct numbers on simple math.
Sergio,
That's all I'm saying.
Sergio, I want to commend you and your staff. I know that you are understaffed. And I'm not going to tolerate any council member here to talk down to any of our employees, to accuse them of rats, cockroaches. I will not stand for that. You are understaffed. You had 12 employees, and now you have 5. Am I correct in that? So we have asked you, out of many employees, to bend back and more to get this budget done. And then on top of that, you have council members berating you to score political points, and I'm not going to tolerate that. Thank you.
We're getting out of the subject here.
Again, if the rest of the council would like to look at the sheet payroll schedules for the council, just run your eyes and run up the numbers in your head. They're not the same, and that's all I'm saying. Nobody accused you of a rat. I just said you didn't follow through.
Okay, I think we're getting out of the subject.
I have one more thing and then we can adjourn unless somebody has anything else. We're finished? I just have one request, Mr. Mayor. The PA system in this room is substandard to be the least. So I think we should put a little money in here for a better sound system. Put it in the budget?
Okay, thank
Anyway,
you.
we are done. Thank you all very much. I know this is a grueling event and you've been a bunch of champs to sit through it, especially for your salary. And we will have, in a day or two, we'll have the thing ready for you guys to look at. And then don't forget those dates that we just talked about for the next. So that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it. We move to adjourn. All in favor? Meeting adjourned. Thank you.